How you doing? Still getting things ready. I do have redeems disabled for the time being. That's just because I'm kind of deviating from my usual goofy, silly bullshit, and I'm doing my lore stream. I'm gonna be honest. I'm extremely nervous. I had some things fall through at the last minute, and I don't really have everything I need. But I think that's kind of been a running theme for me at this point, is just kind of working with what I've got. I do apologize. I know it's not going to be the greatest. I'm even running a little bit behind. But honestly, I really had to pick up my nerves because I really want you guys to like this. I put so much work into it. And I promised a lot of things. And I feel like none of the things I promised are happening. And I feel like the work I've put into this it's not going to show. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna have a whole bunch of music. Well, thank you for the birthday wishes. Wasn't able to get that lined up. Wasn't able to get a lot of things I wanted figured out. And then I was like, at least I'm gonna have the art. And then unfortunately, my artist ran into some very serious issues. She showed me pictures, so I know she's not bullshitting me. Plus, she's one of my closest friends. She just got fucked really, really hard by unfair circumstances. I'm not going to put her business out there, but really bad things happened to her, and she has to take care of it. So I just told her, don't worry about it. Um, yeah, so I told her, don't worry about it. Just focus on getting yourself out of your situation, and I'll just use the art as promo material for the audio drama, which I also failed to deliver on. Thank you, Desert. I feel like I am failing in a lot of regards with this. Um, but regardless, I said on my birthday, ready or not, it's gonna happen, otherwise, it never will. So I decided maybe my problem is I'm thinking too modern. I remember back when I was religious as a kid. I would go to church camp every summer. And we would always, before we went to bed, lay around and just talk. And during my first day, I just started making up a bullshit story, and telling it and making it up as I went. And everybody really seemed to enjoy it. It made the nighttime a lot more pleasant. And so I thought, instead of fancy music, instead of um, all that, maybe go back to a simpler time, before all the fancy shit we have now. When oftentimes stories were told, they were told around a campfire like this. Or maybe in the bunk beds of a cabin, like in my case. And I think that's kind of the way to go with this, honestly. Just kind of rolling with it. Hey, how you doing, Yo-Yo? How you doing? That's good. Now, once I do get into this, I won't be paying as much attention to chat. It's just because I'm literally trying to tell a story, and that's why also I have redeems disabled. I want you guys to be able to get into it, and I don't want to have to constantly be stopping and looking at things. Now, as I do go through various sections, I will stop and I'll answer questions and I'll take comments and stuff, but keep in mind I'm putting the storytelling before any of that. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I just kind of look at it as it is what it is. And the two choices I have with it is I could sit and be pissed off and feel sorry for myself because things didn't go the way I want them to, or I can just do what I'm doing now, which is I found the nice atmosphere that I think will suit what I'm trying to do, and just make the best of it. I don't have any visual representation for Jason and Corvus. I'm sorry for that. Circumstances happen. That's not within my control. But I'm not going to delay this any further. I've pushed it back for several months. And I kind of just want to get it over with. Hey, Hedgehog. And also, I'm just really hoping that you guys like this. I do hear a little bit about how, the constant, you're about it, no, you're about it, you're about it, that shit. And it gets kind of annoying after a while, but I've never really, I think this is the most I will have put myself out there in terms of, entertaining and not just telling my life story, but to actually give you guys this world that I daydream about every single day, and say this is the kind of things I see in my mind's eye every day, and these are the kinds of stories that can come out of it, and oftentimes they're very dark, they're very sometimes edgy, and they're very grim, but oftentimes, despite that, there's always that glimmer of hope within the characters, within the circumstances, that it feels like things can eventually get better. And that's kind of, I'm not apologizing, Deadpool. And that's kind of the way I feel about life sometimes. I feel like it is very difficult, and sometimes it's brutal and it can feel hopeless, but I think if you remain vigilant and you continue trying, I think I think it gets better. Um, I would say comparing my life to a year ago, things have gotten a lot better for me. Far from perfect, but I'm definitely happier. I'm definitely in a better mental state. Um, Things are definitely improving. But but indeed, the lore is a little bit edgy. I'll be honest. It is dark. It is gritty. But it's got funny moments. It's got really brilliant moments. And I like it. And I
And
hope
a
you
sip
guys
sip
will
of
too.
the alcoholic goodness.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Whoop!
Although I thought
Ow!
I had Judas turn um like redeems off. Hello, hello. But here you guys go. Um I feel like I've kind of, talked a little bit about the circumstances surrounding tonight's stream enough. And I feel like I've also kind of given you a little bit of enough insight. Oh shit, I forgot to start the timer back up. Thanks for saying something, Hedgehog. I'm such a fucking idiot. Let me just do that. I can't believe I forgot to do that. I'm so fucking dumb. Duh ha ha. Alright, give me just 1 second here. But it's definitely going to be a lot of a lot of fun tonight. Despite the difficult circumstances, I think you guys are going to have a good time. Deadpool, I'm not apologizing anymore. I've stopped apologizing for quite a while. Um, Anyways, I do believe it is time to kind of get started. So, what is the starting point of this world? Where does it really begin? So, this world's timeline would have began around 2020. And in 2020, the way I described it in the prologue, which I have to rework because a lot of the prologue is completely wrong because the lore has changed so much since I initially wrote it. In fact, I decided to scrap it completely and just kind of give you guys the patch notes. Um, but basically, the world was ravaged by disease. It was ravaged by war. And then to make things worse, a meteor started flying at the planet, like a big fuck all meteor. Like if this thing would have hit us, it would have just destroyed the planet. And so what humanity did was it ended up banding together for the first time. Um, they were like, we've been spending a lot of time and resources killing each other. We have all these missiles and shit. Why don't we shoot them at the big rock in the sky? And so basically, all of the countries collectively agreed we need to shoot this thing out of the sky or we're fucking dead. I'm doing okay. And so they go and they, blast this thing, just launching every fucking missile, every nuke, and they destroy it. But what they realize is that a good portion of its pieces are still going to hit the planet. And it's going to have cataclysmic effects when it happens. And this is an event that becomes known as the Great Storm. They basically estimate this was going to be a human extinction level event. And so all of the scientists, governments, they all came together and were like, okay, well, what are our next steps? And so they built these underwater shelters known as arks. They basically built them beneath the ocean floor. And essentially, think of it like the Fallout from, like the vaults from Fallout. But instead of, just being under the ground, it's like under the ocean floor. And because of that, they were able to save about 25% of the world's population, but the rest of humanity kind of had to fend for itself against the Great Storm. So once the Great Storm hit, the Great Storm ended up doing quite a few things. The first of which is it absolutely decimated the Earth. All of the countries that we know today are gone. They're all absolutely annihilated. And it kind of is like hitting a hard reset for the Earth, is really what it boils down to. Because essentially what ends up happening with the with all the continents getting just absolutely fucking wrecked, the nations just getting destroyed, those that are in positions of power being able to go underground. Well, what you end up with after is a completely changed globe. Now, give me just 1 second. That is the one thing I forgot to pull up was the image of the world map. Give me just 1 second here. I knew it was in my conversation with this person. Ugh. Oh wait, I know where it's at. There it is. Bear with me for one moment, chat. So, Thank you for the happy birthday wishes. There we go. So I'll leave this full screen for just a moment, so that way you guys can kind of see just how much the Earth has really changed. So this is kind of what ends up being left of it, and we'll get into the factions in a little bit. But you can see this is basically what's left of the planet after the Great Storm. And again, with the Great Storm, it basically was a hard reset for the planet. Um, Resources were renewed, new resources were brought to the planet, one of the most coveted being Xinthium, which has a variety of uses. Um, Thank you guys for the birthday wishes. But it has a variety of uses, from making weaponry to um, being able to create fuel. Um, Overall, um, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, about 90% of Mexico survived. Um, but even still, like, I guess most of South America was kind of okay. But even with all of the areas that didn't get destroyed, there were still problems for about the next 1 to 200 years, because at that point there was increased levels of radiation. Um, Basically, superstorms that covered most of the globe for a good century and a half. A lot of life was wiped out. But that which survived would evolve and adapt. And what's funny is that some of the old world's flags still remained intact, but they've completely lost their meaning. So, like, for example, you could potentially run across a lesser faction, not one of the major factions shown here, and they could be flying a gay pride flag, but they would have no idea that flag once represented gay pride, and they would just be like, "Oh, hey, look, this is a really cool flag. We're just gonna fly this for our little bandit gang, so that people know who we are." So the most important thing to remember is that a lot of the stuff of the old world may have survived in some capacity. What's this? Rachel, thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am Furricide, the toppiest, the top, the cream of the crop that just will stop, pop, like a drop, take that shit to the shop, set it off, baby. Woo! Yeah, I feel bad for the fools that fly Diddy. I mean, it's very possible that they could fly a really awful flag and have no idea the history behind it. Knife Pulse. This is not the stream for your brat-tivities. But We're just doing the lore stream that I've been promising for a good while. And great. Listen, this is not the stream for your guys' brattivities, okay? I'm the top, and you just need to accept it. But yeah, absolutely, a lot of old stuff. For example, the 4th of July actually still exists in Continuum City. But they just think it's about shooting off fireworks. They have no idea the actual symbolism behind those fireworks. Let me go ahead and I don't think any of my mods are active right now, so let me go ahead and get you a shout out real quick. All right. Come on. There we go. Um, there you go. There's your guys. There's your shout out. But yeah, so a lot of the old world, a lot of the things that were tied to it are dead and gone. A lot of the things that made the old world, like that existed back then, are completely forgotten, and the things that do still exist are devoid of most, if not all, of their meaning. And I guess it really just kind of depends on how you look at it. You may see it in the same way I do, as, it's a fresh start for the world. But you could also see it as a tragedy that everything is dead and gone and will never be able to be fixed. So I feel like I've talked about the Great Storm and its implications enough. I want to get into the races a little bit, because there are a lot of races that, kind of stem from evolution. Because those that remained on the surface, they were exposed to a lot of radiation. They were exposed to, things of magical nature brought in by that asteroid, or by the asteroid pieces, I should say. They were exposed to a lot of very foreign shit that was from worlds far away. And so, because of that, like humanity that, got left up on the surface, they mutated, they evolved, and they became very, very different things. So, Deadpool. Well, this lore is something I've written for a long ass fucking time. I just made my personas a part of it. Oh yeah, the initial iterations of what humanity would have become would have been horrifying. But over time they evolved into much different things. Although There are some races that I think will genuinely terrify the fuck out of people. It make you go absolutely nope the fuck nope nope nope. Um, but again, we're gonna get like into the races now. So the first race would be humans. Um, on the surface, they were mostly wiped out. But those who survived underwent mutations and evolution. And I'm reading this part, yes. I did actually write a lot of this. But so far, I've just been going off of memory. Those who survived came up from the Arks, and they went to war with another race called the Anthroids. After 100 years of war, a truce was made, and humans were able to colonize and begin building Continuum City, breaking down the pieces of the Ark. 5 Arks surfaced. 3 American Arks, one from Japan and one from Nigeria. Other Arks surfaced in other areas, and their fates are widely unknown, but the Arks, above all, followed protocol for the Continuum Project. Now, the Continuum Project, what that is basically the plan of humanity is going to continue itself when the time comes to surface. So, humanity comes up with the plan of, if we get the surface, we're going to build a mega city, and we're going to try and get ourselves off the planet. And that's what the Continuum Project is. I mean, you could very well say it's Atlantis. And honestly, one thing I am thinking about is actually adding Atlantis, but I don't know if DC would come after me for that. So I've decided against it. But now for the first species, and this is probably the one that I think is going to be par for the course with me, considering that I'm a furry, would be the Anthroids. Anthroids are one of the many races to evolve from humans. They break down into many subspecies such as canoid, felinoid, etc., based on the various species groups of animals known to mankind. They are essentially furries in short, though I'd never call them that, as furry is seen as a racial slur in this world. Anthroids, however, also have a few species that evolved from them as well. So, a couple of things to kind of highlight from that is there are some heavy racial tensions between humans and anthroids. A lot of humans and anthroids don't like each other very well. In fact, there is a multitude of slurs between the two races. Furry is one of the slurs that's directed at anthroids, which is kind of funny because, we call ourselves furries, but that is actually a slur in this world. A slur that an anthroid might call a human would be a flesh ape, or shit, what was that other one I came up with that was really good? They would call them like flesh apes, skin monkey, shit like that. Yeah, basically. Oh, that's some good tea. But in short, there is a significant amount of racial tensions between these two factions. They don't, or the factions, but these two races. Granted, a lot of progress has been made, and they can peacefully coexist. But there are a lot of people, such as one of the side characters to my stream characters, Jameson Cled, who really don't care and they still hate the other side. Like Jameson Cled, or Old Man Cled as he's often referred, will frequently antagonize Jason just because of the fact he's a human. And he refuses to trust him and just treats him like shit every chance he gets. So it's very, very interesting that, we have, like, even though humanity has gone past, like, racism, like, between whites and blacks and shit like that, it's instead gone from that to humans versus furries. Um, it's going. I'm not a bottom. Oh yeah, I'm gonna definitely get into what Xinthium is in a little bit. Um, because Xinthium is honestly one of the big big driving factors in the Great War. Um, so Xinthium in of itself um, is a massive driving factor. As I said before, um, it is a new resource and it has a lot, a lot of uses. But moving along, there are a shit ton of races in this world. Um, so the next race that we're going to cover would be the Faphosians. These apex avians are one of the more unique races. Instead of arms, they have great wings. Their legs have sharp, nimble talons that can manipulate things almost as well as a hand. They have. Uh, hold on. Sorry, I lost my spot. They have long reptilian tails. They're excellent flyers and can fly close to the speed of sound. They're most commonly found in the Makoyan Islands, which would be the New Genesis territory that you see on the map. Now, a couple things to know about the Faphosians is they're not full-on anthroids, but they're actually a relative species to anthroids. Much like much like a couple of the other races we'll get into, they're not exactly the same, but genetically they're very, very similar. And appearance-wise, the Faphosians are hands down the closest to the anthroids. Well, that's fine, Knife, but I'm still going to do this. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. Moving on to the next species. This one's a little fucked up. So the Kansanites, most of them were wiped out by the Scourge, but a few remained. In the small city of New Kansas existed a small subterranean species called Kansanites, being extremely short, averaging at 2 feet in height, with oversized heads, meaning their heads are actually larger than most of their bodies. Kansanites do not have hair, and their skin's very thick, leathery, and tough. They're extremely intelligent and telepathic creatures. After the ravaging of New Kansas, they were mostly wiped off the map. The few hundred survivors spread out among surrounding villages, often acting as miners and traveling merchants. See, the thing that happened to them is the Scourge, which I'm going to get into in depth later, But to just give you enough to understand what happened to the Kansanites, the Scourge is a death cult who is hell-bent on erasing all life. And so they basically found out, oh, we have an entire race that's in this one massive underground city. So what they did was they first infected their water supply with a genophage to basically greatly reduce their reproductive rates. And then after that, they flooded, and I mean flooded, the they flooded the city with some of the horrible chemical weapons that they made. For those of you that were around when I talked about the rot plague, yes, the rot plague was one of them. But it wasn't the only one. Basically, they were left battling a plethora of diseases, and most of them died. Some of them were able to tunnel out and survive, but the majority died in a pretty horrific way. Moving on to the next species, the Fungari. Fungari are a shocking twist in evolution. It started with a fungal infection that wound up creating a whole new species. Fungari are a fungaloid species that reproduce asexually through spores. What's interesting about them is that they're all telepathic and kinetic to some level. They also have a deep bond with nature and are the only race capable of communicating with the sacred trees, also known as ancients. Which we'll get into those later when we cover the factions. They're also capable of speaking damn near any language. In spite of all these strengths, they're not a dominant species for quite a few reasons. For one, they're very, very pacifistic, physically weak, and very sedentary. They are also most commonly found on the Makoyan Islands, but some have traveled for life elsewhere. Appearance-wise, they're humanoid mushrooms. Imagine a small humanoid with mostly blank facial features, save for large eyes and a small mouth. Their limbs are slightly stumpy, and the whole body is soft, slightly malleable even. The top of the head caps off into a large mushroom, and when they die, they explode into a cloud of spores. And they can kind of thrive in any place where fungi would thrive, but struggle in any other kind of environment. So the Fungari, what makes them interesting, I want to play the Honest Hearts DLC, honestly. I've never gotten to play it. You really wouldn't want to try and get high off of a Fungari. While you might think, ooh, I'm going to trip balls, yeah, you'd probably get high, but your chances of dying are also extremely high. No. If you were to, just eat a Fungari, it would probably kill you. Because they're extremely toxic. That's actually one of their biggest natural defenses because, like I said, they're not very physically imposing. If someone were to attack them and try to eat them, assuming, they couldn't scare them off with mental trickery through psychic abilities, or have enough kinetic strength to actually, fight back, their other reliance would basically be that guy killing over the moment after he takes a bite out of them. I'm sorry, Deadpool. I don't even think cooking them would really help, to be honest. Um, but moving on, we have the next species being the mechanoids. These are machines granted souls by the fruit of the sacred trees, again also known as ancients, which we will get into later. Um, so what happens is the ancients, whenever someone dies, if they're within a certain frame of time, planted like at the roots, like if they're buried at the roots of a sacred tree, then instead of their soul going to the afterlife, it may actually absorb into the tree, become a seed, and then that seed can be put into a vessel, essentially giving that person a second life. And mechanoids are the result of what happens when you choose a robot as that vessel. However, the one downside to a mechanoid is that in order for a person to become a mechanoid, they would also have to overcome the programming of the machine and not lose themselves to it. The next would be the reborn, which, much like mechanoids, use the seed being implanted, but instead of a machine, it can be planted into a statue or a suit of armor, converting it into a new vessel for the soul. So basically, the reborn are just living suits of armor. I think the most popular example and the one that gave me inspiration would be Alphonse Elric. But only instead of, alchemy and all that shit being involved. Yeah, basically. That's about how it would go, Deadpool. Like, literally, trying to eat it, like licking a Fungari would be like licking a poison dart frog. It would be very bad for you. You would probably die in agony. Sure, you'd be tripping balls, but you would be in agony the entire time. So, next up, we will get into the primordials. Though many believe they don't exist, primordials are in truth what we would consider gods. Divine, omnipotent, and beings made from the raw energy of the cosmos itself. They are gifted with the raw power of creation and many other abilities. So primordials are an extremely rare race. The only one that I will outright give out to you guys and confirm as a primordial would be a Yosef of the Cabal Imperium. But the thing to know about primordials is they are essentially gods, but not as in the sense that we would think they are. Like as humans, we look at God as like an omnipotent, all-powerful being. They both are and aren't. It's to the extent of how much of the universe's own energy is within their being at any given time. would determine how powerful or not powerful they are. Primordials are effectively just raw energy, is what they are. Damn it, knife. The fungus does not produce sexually. It does not have a penis or a vagina. But moving on from the primordials, because there really isn't a whole lot to say about them. The next one, which this race there is a significant amount to say about, would be the Kuragathi. And these are giants averaging between 20 and 30 feet in height, but some reaching as tall as 100 feet. They have very long lifespans, with some existing even before the wars, even before the Great War itself. They're often called Kurg for short, and the cities are, of course, unable to, and a lot of cities are unable to accommodate them, which leaves them to roam outside of city and faction territories. They often live in mountaintop villages and hunt the large wildlife outside for food. In appearance, they're resemblant of Neanderthals, large and stupid with primitive technology. Oftentimes, their weapons is basically just uprooting a tree, plucking off the branches, and sharpening it to make a spear. Or grabbing a big piece of rock and kind of like fashioning, like fixing it to, like a tree in whatever way they can manage to make like a hammer. So again, they're very, very primitive. It's because of this they're often chased away from the cities because their presence is usually quite destructive. Although there are rare cases of civilized Kurg living within the cities, they're extremely rare. There is a subspecies referred to as Gargantua that are more resemblant of humans and androids that have a greater intelligence. There is an exterior city of Continuum where the more civilized Kurg and Gargantuans can live, acting as a line of defense for the city in exchange for a more comfortable lifestyle than the mountain villages could ever offer them. So the Kuragathi are kind of a big problem. The fungus is not a male. This fucking fungari are not men. They are not women. They do not have a gender. But but when it comes to the Kuragathi, they overall are seen as a massive nuisance. No pun intended. It's not uncommon for one to get close to Continuum City, see the androids and humans and go, ooh, food, and then try to pluck them from the borders, only to get shot in the face with a fucking missile for it. Which then results in the tribe getting pissed off and throwing fucking boulders at the city for the 6th time this week. The Kuragathi are extremely annoying if you're not a Kuragathi. The next species, and this is the one that's going to freak people out, would be the Arachni.
Kill!
I'm not cute! God damn it. But I do appreciate the biddies, whoever you are. Mr. Anonymous, if that's even your real name. So the arachni are basically giant, sentient, telepathic spiders. They are fucking huge. They are among the smaller ones. They're comparable to large dogs, but they could get as large as horses. They typically live in caves and abandoned buildings, um, but they also are actually a very welcome part of the New Genesis faction. Because despite how scary they are, they're actually not a hostile species. In fact, the majority of them refuse to hunt sentient life because they feel that that's murder. You can share your dream if you want. So, so I take it you guys don't want to snuggle with an arachni? Cool, that's awesome, Xana. But yeah, that would be the um, that would be the arachni. So chat. Let me just for humor's sake, and to give me a chance to refill my cup. I just want to ask you guys. I just want to give you guys a little poll. Um, would you date an arachni?
So Fur, if you don't want the fungus to mate, then can we cuddle as bunnies and have fun after stream with Rosé? You cute bunny.
Shut up. Listen, they can't mate anyways. They are they are they are agendered. They are not men, they are not women. They do not have reproductive organs. There would be nothing for them to stick in you or for you to stick inside them. Why is everyone thirsty for the Fungari? I don't understand this. There you go, chat. There's the poll. But the arachni are lonely. Maybe you should maybe you should let the arachni lay some eggs in you. I don't know.
Fine, but can we still cuddle and play around? Also, I would let the arachnid people definitely mate with me. More limbs means more fun parts too.
Ugh. Oh shit. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, bad news, chat. My fucking control or my charger from my headset just broke. Not good. Not kosher. Well, it looks like chat's getting looks like chat's a little thirsty for the spiders though. Ugh.
Cute!
I'm not fucking cute. Well, this is annoying. Great. I just hope that my battery packs will last long enough for me to get this done. And I have to fucking order myself another charger for my fucking headset. Lovely. Ugh. You might have to. Listen, Ryzen. You don't know a good time until you've... You know what they say? Once you go arachni, you'll love it when they swing by. So, the next race on the list would be the Werekin. Werekin are the rare result of breeding between humans and androids. The resulting offspring is human with a secondary set of ears, a tail, and sometimes other miscellaneous features of the species their parent crossed with. When species interbreed, the resulting offspring is usually the father's species.
Fur, did you sit on your charger? Also, do the Spider-Men have more than one joystick?
I don't know. I've never thought about their dangly parts. Yeah, I think Knife is definitely going to need some punishment. But yeah, um, I put my charger down, or I put my headset down so that way I could make I could grab my fucking bubblies and make myself a drink, and then I look at it and I see that the fucking charger bit broke off in the headset, like the part that actually plugs in. That pisses me off. Luckily, I was able to get it unplugged without a problem, so at least the headset's okay. But I just went ahead and plugged one of my batteries into it. I'm just gonna have to hope that I can get this whole thing done fast enough. I'm a pressure cooker. I'm always cooking under pressure. But oh shit. 1 second. The next one would be taurides. Taurides are creatures with a human or anthrotorso attached to the legs of any animal species. This is probably the most variable race. The most common examples of this would be the centaur, subspecies with a human torso connected to a horse body. Uh, they are a genetic mutation that's resulted from interbreeding. So, like the werekin, they are indeed just as rare. So I don't know if you realize this or not, but one thing when I went into making my comic universe, like one thing I thought about was I wanted to make it something that someone could easily put their OC into and it not just be a complete jumbled mess. And that it's actually explainable within the world and its setting. And so that's kind of why there's a lot of these different races and the explanations that go into how they came to be. The next species would be the kaiju, and these are giants like the Cord beyond the safety of Continuum City's walls. Kaiju are monsters of varying sizes, with 20 to 30 feet being their smallest, and peak height being at around 200 feet. Some are grotesque and monstrous, while others are visually identical to anthroids or or just outright giant animals. Next up would be mutants. These are creatures that have mutated.
Fur, why won't you admit that you are a cute cutie boyo? You shouldn't deny the truth. Also, I'm giving you a reason if you're gonna punish me.
Knife, please stop abusing the text-to-speech during this. Judas was supposed to have these turned off. But you will be punished. Now behave. Don't make me have to get troop. That is true, Moon. The spooters could definitely lay eggs inside of you. In fact, in lore, that's kind of what they do. They lay their eggs inside stuff. Knife, be a good girl. Bear with me for just one moment, Chad. Here's the thing. You can be here. In fact, I'd like for you to be here. Just, you have to understand this is kind of not my typical stream. This is something a little bit more serious in nature. So, here's how we'll continue. So, next species would be the mutants. These are creatures that are mutated and speciated in some way to be very indiscernible from what they originally were, but are so extremely rare that they could never repopulate beyond a handful. Though some may look grotesque and horrifying, just as many have more natural looks to them. Then there are metas. Metas are a subspecies that exist within all races. Aside from artificial ones such as demons, primordials, and mechanoids, some people have abilities in their DNA. Oftentimes, these mutations can give incredible powers, but not always. Sometimes these genes can be detrimental. Like, imagine someone whose bones are so dense they can't move their limbs, or someone who can vomit acid, but their skin is not immune to it. It also may be really mundane things, too, like a human with double-jointed fingers, allowing them to bend in any direction, or someone with a naturally cold body temperature, or even just like abnormal hair and eye color would be an example of a metagene. Some metagenes, like I said, they could just be really mundane and useless. Others can be really potent shit. Others can be detrimental. Like some examples of more common metagenes would be like laser vision. Another example would be the bulwark gene, which basically makes someone really, really kind of just makes you an outright tank. Makes you able to just take ridiculous amounts of damage. Another thing to know about metagenes is they get stronger with every generation, with the caveat that the further the generation, the less likely you are to reproduce. So, like, for example, one of the more... one of the highest generations of a meta would be Suicide Badger, who has a generation 4 bulwark gene, and this guy can literally take missiles to the fucking face, and it just melts his armor and piss him off. But for him to actually have a kid, it's damn near impossible. And the child that he ended up having was an absolute miracle. The next race would be the Fallen. One of the one of the ancients, which I've also referred to as sacred trees, was corrupted when the Scourge rot plague was poured onto its roots. It did not die, but its bark blackened and its energy was corrupted. Those buried at its roots do not sprout soul seeds, but instead reanimate. These are my own take on vampires. They're not your sexy, sparkling symbols of sex appeal like a lot of media portray them as, but are rather something different. Now, going into their abilities and weaknesses would be a bit too extensive for this. So, if you guys would like, I could do a story about a Fallen at some point, but I'll give the basics. Just understand there's a lot of complexity that draws from classic vampire lore and context to my own comic. They are dead, truly dead. By day, their bodies cease to animate, and direct exposure to sunlight will incinerate them in moments. Their strength, speed, regeneration, and magic is all fueled by blood, and they can regenerate from any injury provided they have enough vitae to do so, or are returned to the roots of the corrupted ancient. And much like demons, the only way to truly kill a fallen is with a sanctified weapon. A sanctified weapon being a weapon that is holy and religious in its nature, such as those that you would find among Genesis, the Cabal Imperium, and the Sisterhood of the Allmother. Thank you for the hydrate. I never mentioned Wolverine, you did. That's a fun little tidbit about Assassin's Creed. I didn't know that. Now we'll get into the final race, the demons. Demons come in a wide variety and inhabit the Eye of Oblivion, which, if you look at the map, it's this little black area down at the bottom. It's basically like a respawn point for demons. Whenever demons are killed, they respawn there. The only way to permanently kill a demon is, like I mentioned before, with a sanctified weapon. Into this world? I don't know. I really don't know how to answer that question. That would have to be for someone that's really deep into that kind of story, into like a crossover sort of thing. But I'm just focusing on telling my story right now. So they come in a wide variety and inhabit the Eye of Oblivion. Though they do leave, and worse yet, can be summoned by the Scourge or other demonologists for nefarious ends, demons cannot truly die unless killed by sanctified weapons like those carried by the Sisterhood of the Allmother, New Genesis, and some members of the Cabal Imperium. Demons who are killed by other means simply return to the Eye of Oblivion until they are strong enough to leave or are summoned by a demonologist. Demons also exist in a few different aspects as a color spectrum representative of what they are. There is red rage, green agony, blue conflict, white deceit, pink lust, yellow terror, orange greed, purple hubris, and black death. And now we're going to go ahead and get into the factions of the world. But before we do, I had talked about before we get into that. So a while back, I had done a poll asking you guys what kind of or no, wait, fuck! I put that little line there too early. I haven't even told you about the factions yet. So that's the races of the world. Next, we will get into the factions, where I'm only going to give the most basic details on the factions, enough that you'll understand the effect that each have respectively on the world. First, we'll go into Continuum City. Though not a true faction, it is the largest independent settlement. It's a massive, sprawling city, bigger than any city the world has ever known. Though many would deem Continuum City heaven on earth, most inside would disagree. It is a battleground between heroes and villains. It also has a great deal of corruption in the upper level of politics. And what most don't know about is the shadow government who actually run the city behind closed doors, known only as the Council. Their intentions are just as well hidden as their identities. Should they communicate with you, a member known only as the representative will reach out to you. Continuum City stokes the flames of war, keeping the other factions from ever achieving victory over one another, as to maintain its independence. With a massive defense force and mercenary armies at their disposal, they maintain discrete control over everything. People living there find it a comfortable but dangerous and somewhat oppressive place. But compared to the alternatives, like living under the rule of a faction, or worse yet, in the north to the bandit and Kuragathi infested Badlands, filled with varying deadly biomes where survival is impossible to all but the most hardened survivalists, metas and roving bandits or small settlements. Next up would be the Cabal Imperium, excuse me. Three nations came together after the Great Storm to form the Cabal Imperium. Their name in of itself is symbolic. A group of empires come together under one crown, the crown worn by Eos of Gulago. They formed the nation of Gulagostan, but their home was lost to the Scourge. They reached the continent of Continuum and re-established themselves and are striving to achieve their former glory and reclaim their home. Ideologically, they believe in personal freedom, and their leader is worshipped as a god. Many believe he is such a being, while some believe he is just an unnaturally strong meta. The Cabal Imperium isn't the most stable faction, however. Its leader is mostly absent, and within this faction, two subgroups have formed, both prone to lots of infighting, but will come together when needed in the name of the Imperium. The first of which refer to themselves as the Order. They believe the Emperor's distance and lack of care is due to a lack of worship, faith, and loyalty, driving them to dogmatic religious practices and even making them willing to sacrifice their freedoms to appease him. The second group, the Traditionalists, focus less on the religious aspect of their empire and on the freedoms on which it was founded. While they still hold to faith and love for the Emperor, they're more interested in protecting their founding constitution and the rights of their people. Militarily, they have an amazing air force, diverse infantry specialized to certain tasks. Their navy is good, but far from the best. Their armored divisions are bar none. They seem like the ultimate army compared to the others, but after their continent was ravaged by the Scourge, they are but a fraction of their former strength, and their armies are often thin. This is why they opt for specialized infantry rather than generalized infantry. Oh my god. I mean, how Taurides came to be, I'll leave that to your imagination. I mean, maybe it was just a really wild mutation. Maybe someone was lonely, desperate, and fucked a horse, and that resulted in a mutation. Who knows? I'll just leave that for you guys. Um, but the next faction that we'll talk about is New Genesis, a faction kind of allied with the Cabal Imperium. This faction rose out of necessity to defend their home and people against the Scourge. They don't typically deal with matters far from home, which has decayed their alliance with the Imperium, but the two factions have remained on cooperative terms and even maintain fair trade. The relationship is finicky, and the two have skirmished on occasion over disputes, but they're have oh my god, and the two have skirmished on occasion over disputes. They're highly religious, worshipping beings known as the Ancients. They're large trees with branches twisted into humanoid shapes at their front and glowing eyes. They're ancient beings that possess knowledge of the old world and prophesize threats from beyond the stars. However, they speak a language that is only understood in fragments by the Fungari. While they have spent nearly a century decoding this language, they have only grasped the tiniest of fragments. Their ruling structure is comparable to a combination of Senate and feudal rule. Their home is a bunch of islands grouped together. Some are so small they can't properly be represented on the map, but there's a lot of islands. Each island has its own dynasty, a ruling family. Matriarch or patriarch, depending on who is the oldest and of royal bloodlines, becomes the prince or princess. They govern their territories like lords would in feudal times. The largest of the islands form the council seats. They listen to the needs and concerns of the smaller dynasties, making decisions to govern anything and everything. They, of course, seek advice from the lore master Chen, is one of the oldest Fungari to have ever lived, having lived for hundreds of years with the greatest known understanding of the ancients. New Genesis is a highly territorial and isolationist faction. They will defend these beings to the last bullet if that's what it takes. They use a mix of technology, magic, and the strange blessings of the ancients to combat their foes. New Genesis's military varies from dynasty to dynasty, such as the Amarad dynasty led by Prince Karn, who learned to fight as insurgents and guerrilla warfare specialists. There's also the Petrov dynasty, who has learned to wield a form of magic known as blade weaving, along with psychological warfare. Defensively, they're hard to crack, but their isolationism has made pushing out hard for them. And another thing that's good to note about this faction is they are incredibly unlucky. Things tend to go wrong at the worst possible time for them. Well, Taurides, like I said, they could be horses, but it could also be like it could be like a panther body, um, with like a cat torso. But the next faction we'll get into would be the Reavers. The Reavers seek to gather old world technology and have a fanatical belief in cybernetics. They deeply believe that becoming machines is the next step in evolution. They have even crafted a sort of virtual heaven for their fallen called the Singularity. It is an ultra intelligent AI made up of thousands of conscious minds transferred into it. They believe that by becoming machines, issues like disease and hunger will disappear, but many find the concept of the Singularity hell. Those who do typically don't live long in their territories. Traditional healthcare is all but forbidden, really. They believe the flesh is vile and should be excised. Failed organs replaced with machines. Damaged flesh is repaired with synthetic skin rather than skin grafts. And those who are defiant have a tendency to go up in flames. The Reavers militarily have mastered laser weaponry, but also more horrifically, chemical, biological, and incendiary weaponry. They utilize the weaknesses of the flesh against their more organic enemies. Their navy is also impressive, as their ships oftentimes are cobbled together from the ships of other factions, taking the traits of each that make them deadly. They are a raider faction, gaining most of what they have by stealing it from other factions, and this is what's massively responsible for their technological success. That's fine. I mind you guys making jokes, just like, don't be like spamming TTS and shit. That's all I'm asking. Just don't spam noises is all I'm asking. This is very much fantasy. If this was real, we would be fucked. So the next faction would be the Blood Paws. They are a violent and bloody regime that started as tribes on small islands. They have the least amount of territory, but their land is for farming. They instead have the most advanced navy and largest warships on the planet. The pride of their navy being the Hellstar Citadel. It's their home. A city-sized ship armed to the teeth with weapon platforms and numerous defense systems. It's a nearly immobile fortress that has to be towed in order to relocate. Their army is the largest, consisting of millions of clones made daily to fight and die as their grand primal, Suicide Badger demands. They're poorly trained and their equipment is cheap, but they're fanatical and they do not fear death. They believe it is their destiny to conquer the world and raise a perfect utopia. They are raiders, much like the Reavers, who have ironically become their greatest enemies. While they rule the seas and stick to piracy, they're not afraid to fight on land. Their leader, a man who calls himself Suicide Badger, assumed the rank known as Grand Primal. Beneath him are his generals, called Primals, who also act as advisors and political ambassadors. The Bloodpaws have a doctrine that ensure their people are fed and all have the health care that they need, but this does come at a cost. To live in this utopia, you must renounce any faith or religion. You must submit to the will of the Grand Primal, and honestly, you really have to surrender most of your freedom and privacy. Those who defy these laws are met with beatings, imprisonment, and even public execution. Militarily, they have the largest and most advanced navy. They also have a clone army consisting of millions of clones spit out every day, indoctrinated and thrown into their average life expectancy, 5 hours. They age at an accelerated rate, but very few live to see the end of their 10-year lifespan. They win battles through overwhelming numbers and intimidation, as well as hellish artillery fire. They have designed a wide array of mortars and missiles to rain death from above. The most terrifying, which has only been seen a single use and was enough to decimate an entire defense fleet and an island, Cataclysm mortar, which fired a massive shell. It didn't focus on penetration as much as splash damage with a 1 kilometer diameter shell, bigger than any piece of artillery in the known world today. That leaves behind molten slag and deadly amounts of radiation. This thing requires a specialized hull to use, and their artillery has it all: chemical, incendiary, and their favorite, cluster bombs. They even used large, specialized mortars to deploy shock infantry behind enemy lines, and clones who proved themselves exceptionally worthy were sometimes saved off the battlefield and placed into an armored sarcophagus loaded with heavy weaponry known as devastators. This was their alternative to tanks. I'm not a cute bottom. Krieg. The Krieg was indeed a heavy inspiration for the Blood Paws. I will not even deny that fact. Let's The next faction would be the Humanitarian Directorate, a human supremacy group that vies for human dominance over the world and even seeks to eradicate the meta subspecies, as well as any race that proves to be a threat or is unwilling to bend the knee, masking themselves as a faction wanting to help those in need and help humans integrate into the new world. They don't have much of a military, but they do have a lot of capital and political ties to Continuum City, granting them a lot of leverage and powerful allies to protect them. So, yeah, the Humanitarian Directorate are basically secret racists. And while they don't have much of a military, they have a lot of political pull, and basically they continuously suck on the teeth of Big Brother Continuum. Continuum City is constantly giving them the zipple. Next up would be Corpus. Corpus are the tech giants of the world, specializing in high-tech warfare. They're merchants and mercenaries who sell to the highest bidder. Many blame them for the faction wars because they keep selling the other factions the more dangerous means to kill each other. This faction is also a heavy influencer in Continuum City's politics, which allows them to avoid a lot of the sanctions that are cast on their competitors, and they could use these connections for very nefarious means. So basically, Corpus, their whole shtick here is they make really good weaponry, right? And they don't care. They have no morals about who they will sell it to. The only faction they won't sell shit to is the Blood Paws, because the Blood Paws are constantly stealing their shit. Next up is Psytech. Psytech is the competitor to Corpus. While their machines are not nearly as advanced and dangerous, they're a much cheaper option. In addition, Psytech also designs a lot of goods for civilian consumption. Psytech City, Oscaria, is known for labor debts. Many citizens find themselves in ludicrous amounts of debt that they could never afford to pay, leading them to a lifetime of servitude. This is why they are the largest mercenary provider, as mercenaries are the fastest way to pay off a debt. Parents could donate young children to be raised as soldiers, to be sold to the highest bidder, or serve as low-level conscripts to eliminate their debts. And yeah, debts are even inherited from one's parents. So meaning, if your parents have $1 million in debt when they die, well, guess who's the proud inheritor of that debt? That would be you. Blood debts are a thing in their society. Next would be the Sisterhood of the All-Mother. Followers of the All-Mother's clergy who fight to protect those who cannot protect themselves. They fight to help villains redeem themselves, and they try to spread joy in the world however they can. They worship the All-Mother, a goddess of love and justice. They are, however, the most dogmatic of the factions, their faith being downright zealotry. They despise the Cabal Imperium, Reavers, and most of all, New Genesis, seeing their gods as killable false idols. Another thing to really know about this faction is their very misandric nature. The Sisterhood of the All-Mother puts women on a much higher pedestal than men. When men cannot achieve the rank of a battle sister, for example. Only a woman could be a battle sister. And this is just because of the fact that throughout the translations of their religious text, it's basically kind of akin to how, if you look at a lot of Christian symbology, or a lot of religious texts pertaining to Christianity specifically, as well as the Quran, women were oftentimes seen as the lesser. Well, in this religion, the situation is inverse. Men are just seen as being used for labor and being a means for reproduction. But the most they could do militarily is, they could serve as non-powered soldiers, or they could kind of serve as like a medic or something along those lines. But they would never be able to harness the kind of magic that is wielded by the Sisterhood of the All-Mother. Militarily, they have a more medieval structure and design. Their weapons and armor is made with strong materials and enchanted with powerful magic to withstand the force of modern armaments. While they have some technologies, they are mostly for the men who are unable to become priestesses who use magic powered by faith and prayer. As they ascend to higher ranks and grow their faith, this magic only grows and becomes more powerful. Though their forces are often greatly outnumbered, they are not underestimated. Oh my god, Deadpool. Crazy. Crazy. You're giving you a hell of a... You're pulling this shit. Next, we get on to the Scourge. The Scourge are religious fanatics and psychopaths who worship a dark god. They came out of nowhere, hell-bent on erasing all life above the surface. They carried old world technology and black magic like the world had never seen before, summoning demons to help them conquer the nation of Galagistan and claim the entire continent. They're a terrifying force to be reckoned with, and it requires constant siege on their ports from all of the factions to hinder them from mobilizing in force. Their society is lawless and filled with depravity beyond anything imaginable. They are fucking degenerates. They are fucking evil degenerates. And the only truly evil faction among all of them. Militarily, they have magic, technology, and a willingness to create the most painful and horrific ways to kill those they face, such as ripper saws, spine guns, and worst of all, the most vile weapon ever created, the rot plague. This toxic green gas, created by Dreadlord Tychus, plague bearer, kills in the most horrific way you can imagine. It doesn't have to be breathed in. Skin contact is enough. It begins with pustules and turns to hunks of meat falling off your body. As it enters your lungs, you'll undoubtedly be coughing up blood as you drown in your own fluids. Some have coughed only to have their teeth fall out. It is horrifying. It is painful and was designed purely out of cruelty, as is many of the Scourge's designs. The Scourge is by far the most horrific of the factions in terms of their weaponry. Oops. Just cool. So now I'm gonna get this off the screen. Cool. So I have that off the screen now. Because I feel like now we're getting to the point where the world map isn't the most relevant. But I felt like it was important to have it up while I talked about the factions. And the races as well. My fucking camera... Did my mic pick that up? Because I farted. I could have sworn I saw my fucking mic bar move when I did. Funny as fuck if it did. So just clip it and say Furricide farted on you. That into a fucking clip. But we're gonna move on now. So the last of the quote unquote, this one's not really a faction. Actually, before we do that, I want to do a poll. I want to do a poll chat. So, this is where, if you're watching, I hope you can pay attention. I did a poll a good while back asking what kind of battle would you guys want to see. And one of the and the one that ended up winning was a fort being held against a navy. So, what's going to end up happening is I am going to um, have a battle that I'm actually thinking about writing a story and reading it for you guys. I don't know if I'll do this, but uh, I'm going to go ahead and kind of use this as a chance to really gauge your guys' interest. And if this stuff is something that you guys are interested in, I absolutely would like to do more of this kind of stuff. So, in that scenario, who would you like to see be the defenders? Who would you want to see have to hold an important shoreside fortress against an attacking force? So, Scourge, Blood Paws. Oops. All Imperium. The Sisterhood. Or New Genesis. We'll give it like a 5-minute duration. I don't even care if you guys spend your cutie patootie points on it. Who would be the defenders? Who would you want to see trying to repel an invading navy based on these factions I just told you about? All right. Again, got a poll going. Take a minute and vote. All right, let me check the poll here. Okay, so we got 3 votes on seeing Blood Paws as the defenders. Interesting. I kind of imagine that you guys would want to see them as attackers, given their navy prowess. But seeing them defend against the navy would be interesting. It'll definitely be interesting to see they fight. you guys will want to see them fight, unless the votes swing in a different direction. That could be interesting. Come on. Still got a bit of time to vote. Expect the unexpected. Are you gonna fucking bomb in the one you want to see at the last minute? Fuck it. I'm gonna blindly cast a vote. I'm gonna like turn my head. Uh, okay. There we go. I just felt like blindly casting a vote. Alright, it would seem that the blood pause will be now for the next poll. Alright, it seems, yep, the blood paws have won. Now, who is attacking? Genesis, All Imperium, Sisterhood, Scourge, or maybe Corpus got tired of their shit. Now, who is attacking the Blood Paws? Who do you want to see fight them? Who do you want to see them really go elbow to elbow against? Actually, shit, I should have put Reavers for that last one. Oh well. I didn't know who to put. But Reavers would have been a better option than Corpus. Oh well, the die is cast. Vote. Got one vote on Corpus. So it seems you either want to fuck with me because of my regret, or you actually think that'll be a compelling fight. The merchants getting tired of the pirates having enough of their shit. Deciding to knock on their front door, so to speak. Not for a polite conversation, mind you. And by knock, I don't mean knock on the door, I mean try to send a missile through it. Or 20. Of course, there's also other good factions they could go against too. I mean, you have the Cabal Imperium, who have a pretty decent navy and a hell of an air force. Or you have the Sisterhood, who they can actually get their infantry on the ground. It would be a pretty violent affair. Um, I don't think the Scourge really needs introduction. I mean, we've seen the oh shit. We've seen the aftermath of what a Scourge invasion looks like. If you look to the left of the map, that's all Scourge territory, with like harbor cities being uh, completely taken over as to keep them from launching fleets out and really amassing a significant force. But otherwise, yeah, they don't really need a introduction. All right, it seems we have 2 votes for Corpus. So, at some point, um, if the lore, if my comic universe interests you guys enough, that'll be a story that I'll end up reading. Oh, I'm sorry. Who are you gonna vote for, out of curiosity? Ah, Well, Corpus in my universe, they're not the same as Warframe. It's funny because SciTech is actually a jab at a former employer who was inspired by Corpus. But yeah, SciTech is actually the one that's closer to um, Corpus and Warframe. But Corpus in my comic universe is still pretty greedy and has some shitty business practices, to say the least. Particularly, they sell weapons to terrorists. That would be like, imagine if like a company was selling guns to ISIS, for example, or the Taliban. That's basically what Corpus does. And they leverage political connections to get away with it. Like the humanitarian directorate, they have Continuum City Sipple to suck on whenever they need it. Yeah, Cabal Imperium and Blood Paws have a pretty deep hatred for each other, too. So that actually would have been a good fight, especially depending on, which champions would have been chosen. Not champions, but which, characters would have been chosen for the fighting sides. Like, I think with the Cabal Imperium, if you were to look into if you were to take Doidri Palav on Opfer, and who's basically like the whole high up in the give me just 1 second here. Yeah, but basically, he's like the leader of the Order subgroup, and he is a fanatical, raving religious lunatic. And I think it would be really interesting to pit him against Grand Primal, who is very anti-religious, who basically thinks religious people can either renounce their faith or meet their gods. So I feel like that would have been an interesting fight had that come to have been picked. I was honestly expecting you guys to say have the Blood Paws as the attacking force, because they're the ones that would be attacking with the navy that they have. But to see them operate from a defensive standpoint would be interesting too, because I've never really imagined them holding an objective before. I've always imagined them storming objectives. So I think that's an interesting take as well. But I'm going to go ahead and move forward now. Enough speculating on, what if fights. Finally, we're going to get into the city of Rapture, which is where we're getting close to the character stories now, after this little tidbit. The city of Rapture is basically where it's all taking place. Now, Rapture itself is built on old world ruins, and shit, I fucked up. I read the wrong. I started at the wrong paragraph. As mentioned before, the Badlands is a sort of amalgamation of very hostile environments that are difficult to inhabit at best and downright inhospitable at worst on the main continent. They usually are resource rich, but typically don't house many civilized places due to their harsh conditions. Rapture is located within the Badlands on a patch of desert which is fairly hospitable with an oasis, city ruins to build on, and underground resources to mine. North of it is one of the northernmost points of the world, the Northmar. This is an Arctic hellscape. Between the brutal cold and intense radiation, it's completely uninhabitable to most species without proper EVA gear. Even metas can find Northmar difficult to survive. To the east is what's known as the Blood Gardens. It was here that 3 intense battles took place throughout the course of history. The first is mostly unknown, having predated any of the currently existing factions. What is known is that it was a battle between 2 princes after the death of their father for the throne. The reason for the conflict is mostly lost to history, but what can be gathered is that close to 15,000 lives were lost in this battle for this throne. A second battle was fought between Genesis and the Scourge, who sought to destroy the Ancient at the forest's center. Genesis was able to ward them off and establish a small outpost. Estimated losses between both sides are in the millions. The third battle took place between the Bloodpaws and the forces of Rapture, who refused to join their utopia. It lasted for about 3 days, and the total losses were around 3.7 billion. The battles that took place in the Blood Gardens seem irrelevant, but they play a huge role in the geography. Most of the dead were never recovered from these battles and were often overtaken by plant life. Current day, the Blood Gardens are a thick jungle teeming with dangerous plants, from poisonous vines to man-eating plants, and even tribal fungari who are hostile to all non-fungari, as well as giant mushrooms filled with toxic spores. These gardens are utterly dangerous, but yield many plants for crops, wood, and construction, which are regularly harvested by brave individuals for serious profit. To the west is the old world ruins, but infested with wildlife, radiation, and a poisonous smog, making them uninhabitable. To the south is a river just beyond, leading to more inhospitable desert and eventually Continuum City. Rapture itself is built on old world ruins, and in this new world would be comparable to Las Vegas. The scenery is somewhat nice during the day, and at night the lights are dazzling. While it's not as nice as Continuum City, Rapture is one of the nicest non-faction affiliated cities. Rapture is enclosed by a great wall that is manned by members of the militia. The militia is a minimally equipped but well-trained force that functions as both a local defense force and police. Militia members are given only essential basic gear, which consists of level 3A body armor, a handgun, and a stun baton. Stun baton, survival knife, uniform, and communications, optics, intel, and navigation, coin device, aka COIN, coin lenses. These lenses can be mounted into glasses, goggles, or helmets and help the militia in all aspects of their job. They may seem like a sad force considering their equipment, but there's another element to this. They are, however, very well paid and are able to supply their own equipment. This allows militia members to use weapons and equipment they feel confident using, allowing a very flexible military force without much hassle of keeping them supplied and equipped. The only other equipment Rapture needs supply is rations and ammo. Unlike any of their military branches, a vast majority of them is conscripted prisoners serving for the sake of reduced sentences. Rapture, despite being a small slice of paradise out in the middle of hell, isn't perfect. The city deals with a number of issues from the encroachment of factions, pollution, an incompetent mayor, corrupt officials, and cartel activity. Specifically, two cartels, the White Spiders and the Crimson Lords. The city itself is a bit dangerous, even with the militia, but is mostly safe, at least until the events that will bring our ragtag group of heroes together. In essence, the Scourge is using one of the mafias as a scapegoat to cover cult activity. Their overall adventure, when I write this story, will cover how they come together, what they uncover, and if they can save Rapture. So, this is the part that you guys I know this is the part that you guys really, really have been waiting. And oh my god. This is where we get into the stories of characters. And we are starting off the story of Buddy. This wonderful little raptor you have seen me have for many years. This is the first of the characters that we will be diving into. So grab yourselves some popcorn, sit yourselves down, get cozy. Because this is where we finally dive into. Actually, before I do, I want to check one thing because I don't feel like I have enough battery life to get through this. So what I want to do is I think I have a phone charger that will work. Hi, cat. Ah, how you doing, cat? I'm telling stories. I'm doing nerd lore shit. So let me just AFK for a moment. I will be right back. Like I said, I do believe I have a phone charger I can use as a temporary solution just in case. There we go. Oh, All right, I'm back. Hopefully, I'm not burning alive. Hopefully, my fan isn't being picked up. Desperately need it blowing on me right now. Let me go back to scene. There we go. Now you can see Buddy. So, we've gone over the factions, we've gone over the world, we've gone over the city of Rapture. We're ready to begin talking about the characters themselves. Before I get into that, I'll take any questions if you guys have them. Hi, Cat! I'll give you guys a minute to ask any questions you might want to ask. Indeed, Xana is the king of the subs. He is the subbiest little bottom. Such a cutie. Nah, I'm good. I'm fire resistant. Alright. Bah! I'm not a goddamn bottom! Bane, you need to control your breath. Alright, so I'm assuming no serious questions. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and we're gonna get into the lore of Buddy. So Buddy is...
And a sip of the alcoholic goodness.
Oh yes, it is important to hydrate
Whoop! Ow!
before reading nerdy shit that I've written. I'm not drinking jet fuel. Don't tell Snow and Troop. Don't get me. Don't narc me out. Ain't nobody melting my ass. You can call me the iceberg that sinks the Titanic. I don't melt. I'm just an obstacle. My truth is that I break bottoms like you. Alright. So, without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and dive into the lore because giving the window for Chad to ask some questions, but it devolved into brat-tivities. So, sit back, grab yourself some popcorn, and just enjoy the story. So Buddy is the first of my streaming characters. He's this wonderful, colorful raptor whose textures were made by Raven. But we're not here to talk about avatars and textures, are we? No. We're here to talk about lore. And the lore behind Buddy is kickstarted with a little bit of tragedy. There are some things we need to cover before getting directly into the story so you can understand him a bit better. And we'll begin by going into exactly what Buddy is. Buddy is known in this universe as a raptid. Raptids are like the Jurassic Park version of raptors, not the historically accurate ones. Raptors, as historically accurate, also exist in this world, and so there is a bit of a distinction between them. Raptors are more suited to jungle environments and plains, while raptids thrive in deserts. However, something becomes very apparent about him on. Buddy is hyper intelligent. The only thing he lacks is the ability to use proper speech. His vocal range is limited to chirps, groans, and roars. This makes him oftentimes be perceived as an ordinary animal, but Buddy is easily on par with humans on the higher end of the intelligence spectrum. He lacks the ability to communicate, but can understand most of what's communicated to him, and on multiple occasions has exhibited advanced critical thinking and problem solving skills. One such example is the time he saved a child from a burning building. Intense flames surrounded the entire building that was beginning to collapse as the flames rapidly degraded its structural integrity. In order to pass through the flames, he jumped into a small lake, dousing himself in water, which would protect him long enough to pass through the flames. He also had to improvise a lever using a board to free the child's leg from some debris, and then found an escape by reaching the roof and laying a ladder down, holding it in place so the child could cross safely before jumping just as the building collapsed from structural damage. All of this was heat of the moment, no preparation, putting on display his ability to think on his feet. With Buddy being bioengineered, he does have a few abilities other rapids don't, though they're not incredible abilities. They have some utility. Buddy has a long, stretchy tongue that can extend to around 30 feet. He's also very stretchy, and in a way, his physiology seems slightly cartoonish. The most interesting is he can swallow things sometimes larger than himself, although this ability is rather inconsistent. Anything he swallows can be spat up with considerable force and even used as a projectile. Now, to dive into Buddy's story, we must understand that he's not like other raptids. He was created in a lab in an attempt to create what is essentially a super intelligent attack dog. But unlike others, he proved to be gentle and non-aggressive. Before being euthanized, he managed to escape and wandered into Rapture, where his story ultimately ends. He's treated much like a stray dog, most people shooing him off and treating him like a pest. Sometimes people would pet him or give him scraps of food. It really just depended on who he was interacting. Well, while hunting, he encounters a man sitting on a bench cobbled together from scrap and made to look somewhat ornate, but wasn't ultra high quality, much like anything in Rapture. A lot of stuff there is just kind of cobbled together. This bench sat under an awning by a sandwich shop. The man wore a trench coat and fedora, and he fumbled around some folders, kind of, just fumbling through them, and then ultimately kind of looking up at Buddy, taking notice of him. He organized his paperwork and broke the sandwich in half. This detective was the first person to show Buddy any genuine companionship. Buddy even sat down with him and allowed the detective to pet him. Buddy took to the adjective Buddy as his name because that is what the detective had come to call him when they first met. So Buddy became something that he would respond to, thinking that that was his name. He came to learn the detective's name was Jack Walters. Buddy ran into his friend again a few days later, and this ritual of them sitting down and eating a sandwich together sort of went into full swing. Buddy would meet with Jack, and the two would share lunch. This went on for several weeks, and eventually Jack had gotten a collar for Buddy, taking him home, and life went kind of well for Buddy at this point. He basically became a part of the family. He had a family among the Walters household. Jack, his wife Judith, and his daughter Rose. Buddy and Jack became an inseparable duo. duo where you would see one, the other often wasn't far behind. Uh, Buddy, with his heightened intelligence, Jack was able to train him how to track, and their was able to train him how to track, and with their cooperation, this led to Jack making progress on a major case involving a string of cartel-related murders. Things were going well for the two until during their ritual, a large black man wearing a red bandana on his head and loose-fitting clothing had approached and stepped out of his vehicle, and an exchange played out between the two men. You know, Detective, I heard that you were close to catching some of those cartel guys. They've been a real problem around here. Let me offer my gratitude, said, holding out a stack of cash with a note on it that said, "Quit while you're ahead." Jack scoffs at the offer and responds, "Yeah, buddy, your money's no good here, but it might help you cover your attorney fees." The man steps close to Jack and pockets the cash. You're getting close to something bigger than you could ever hope to realize. I'd suggest you quit while you're ahead. Jack, despite being outsized, stood his ground, and by this point, Buddy came close out of concern. Yeah, that's never going to happen, pal. I'm going to make sure you animals spend the rest of your lives behind bars, so you can't poison the city with drugs and violence. Such a shame. We really admired you, Detective. Without warning, the man reached into his coat pocket and a thunderous boom resounded. The last thing Jack would see was the look of rage and pain on Buddy's face. A hole the size of a fist was punched through Jack's chest. Buddy attacked the assailant, but was cut across the face with a knife and body slammed into the ground, being stabbed multiple times. The assailant left, and Buddy looked to Jack's paperwork, grabbing it up along with his friend's hat and leaving the scene, doing his best to trail the killer. After failing to do so, he'd head to a militia precinct where we'll meet the second of the four characters. So Buddy, his intro and intro and backstory is by far the shortest, but Buddy, his significance is more of kind of being the starting point of the story and also the glue that holds the group together. Because one thing you're going to find is they really don't like each other. No, I'm not letting people join me. I'm doing a lore stream right now, so yeah, it's just not going to happen. There's only a couple of very specific people I would let join me right now. I know, and I appreciate the sentiment, but this is something that I've been planning for a long time, and I can't have a bunch of chaos around me while trying to do this. Normally, I would love to have people coming in and, being goobers and shit, but I would not be able to do the stream if I had to contend with that kind of chaos. So, understand, I'm not rejecting you guys or anything. I do love you all, but for this stream to work, I have to kind of maintain a certain level of calm for it to work. Otherwise, it would just be a disaster. Am I sounding robotic? Son of a bitch. Ah! Maybe I just need to turn my fan away. Yes, indeed. I'm focusing. So yeah, when it comes to Buddy, he was indeed a pet. Not in the BDSM sense, but in the, you know, like someone owning like a pet. Because what you have to understand is Buddy could very easily be mistaken as a feral animal, but he is in fact not a feral animal. He is highly intelligent. He just can't communicate. So unless you actually got to know him, you wouldn't understand that there's something behind these goofy little eyes of his. But like I said, when it comes to Buddy, his introduction and his backstory is by far the briefest of the group. Yeah. The thing you have to remember is he is extremely intelligent, and he is basically on par with more advanced human intelligence. He just doesn't look like it. He just looks like a goofy little animal, but he's actually very fucking smart. Like, Buddy could actually be a detective. Yeah. Although I've never really imagined Buddy in a sexual situation, just because it would be a little bit weird. I mean, he would pass the Harkness test. I will say that. He does pass the Harkness test. But it's still never something I truly imagined that much. But again, I'll kind of, give you guys a little 360 view here. Buddy is very, very colorful in his design. And I feel it was kind of, at least for the colors I picked, they do have some sentiment to me. As far as the eyes, I made the eyes kind of a pink, because that's not only the color of my birthstone. I thought that a pink eye joke could be made, which was kind of funny. And then what made me decide to not cancel was kind of thinking about this scar right here, which was something I requested be put on, as it was kind of what, became the knife scar. And it was just kind of a reminder that not everything has to be perfect. I can't tell half the time, to be fair, because I'm so pervy myself, and half the people around me are absolute perverts. I genuinely can't tell half the time, so I just assume everyone is. Yeah. I mean, I had the design long before I had the story. And so I thought, what would be a good story? And so I looked at the design elements and I was like, okay, collar, hat, scar. Okay. And very strange coloration. And so I thought, okay, lab grown, something about detective, something about being collared. Okay, become pet of detective. Detective gets killed. And then that's kind of how, after I cobbled the basics of it together, we end up with this. Now, Buddy, what he represents to me, is the, kind of the essence of who I strive to be. Buddy is a very gentle and kind being. Oftentimes, when he's found in conflict, um, he always tries to resolve it without fatally, without killing anyone. Even when it's someone that genuinely fucking deserves it. Buddy doesn't kill. Buddy is very gentle. He's very compassionate. Um, he tries to view the world through a lens of empathy and understanding, and that's what kind of makes him the glue for this group. Because as you'll get through the stories of the other characters, you'll come to find that their stories are very tragic in ways, and they cannot get along. They don't like each other. Hey! But that's overall what Buddy represents to me. Kind of what I strive to be. What I hope I can one day be. And I will admit I'm definitely closer to that, but I'm still very, very far from it. I appreciate it. And now to give my voice a little bit of a rest. Give me 1 second here. Oops. We're going to do that. And that's right. I did AI theme songs for each of the characters just to give me a minute to like take a sip and rest my voice between each one. Especially when it gets to the later ones, because it's going to be a lot longer.
Weary beast who roam the city, colorful and oh so witty. Red, green, orange, and blue. Stripe its back, ice pink and hue. With a soul more colorful than all the rainbow combined. He'll make you whole if you let him inside. Met a detective, became his pet, solving crime, preventing death, but one life he could not save. Agonizing loss, horrific pain, his only friend violently slain. He attacked the one who ended Jack. The knife leaves a scar, but he falls back. Books clutched and claw, he'll give it his all. He'll crack the case, leaving hope in his wake. Buddy, oh buddy, so gentle and kind. Go buddy, go, you can save our lives. In the shadows where darkness hides, Buddy prowls with silent strides. The echoes of his lost friend's voice, urging him on, there's no other choice. Through the alleys, through the night, fighting wrong to make things right. A promise to protect, a vow held dear. He'll chase away the shadow of fear. Books clutched and claw, he'll give it his all. He'll crack the case, leaving hope in his wake. Buddy, oh buddy, so gentle and kind. Go buddy, go, you can save our lives. Until the end, through sorrow, through pain, apocalypse reigns. Comfort chasing, control his hate, don't let him poison his fate. You defeated Knox, broke his shiny box. Show him he's not alone and no longer lost. You helped Serene, you tame the war beast, quench the fire in his veins. Books clutched and claw, he'll give it his all. He'll crack the case, leaving hope in his wake. Buddy, oh buddy, so gentle and kind. Go buddy, go, you can save our lives. In the heart of the storm, he stands so tall. Courage as his shield, he'll conquer it all. Through the chaos, he'll find the light, guiding us all to a future so bright. With every step, he strengthens his will, determined to climb every daunting hill. The power of friendship in his stride, together we'll shine, side by side. Books clutched and claw, he'll give it his all. He'll crack the case, leaving hope in his wake. Buddy, oh buddy, so gentle and kind. Go buddy, go, you can save our lives. Books clutched and claw, he'll give it his all. He'll crack the case, leaving hope in his wake. Buddy, oh buddy, so gentle and kind.
There we go. Um, I will say this much when it comes to AI. I really don't want this to devolve into me giving opinions about shit. But I think AI is perfectly fine for personal use. I don't see an issue with someone doing like what I'm doing and using AI to help them with a personal project. What I have an issue with is like corporations using AI to avoid paying for avoid like giving somebody a job. That's where I take an issue. Like the whole notion that AI is going to replace artists and everything, it's not. Okay? The most I've ever used AI for is, just to create some simple fucking music for my breaks and to kind of help me come up with designs for characters. Like, for example, the design that I used for Nox, I used AI to draw several iterations until I came up with something that I liked. Because I have no fucking artistic talent. And I can't just go to an artist and say, I want this animal and I like this color, make something I like. Okay, no artist is going to take that. And that's about the best I can come up with. Whereas instead, with the advancement of AI, I can have AI generate until I come up with an idea that I kind of like, and then I can hand it to an artist and say, hey, I used AI to come up with this. Can you draw, can you like fix this and make it look good and make me a persona out of this? Like, that's what I did with my bunny. Although the artist was having difficulty replicating the stripe pattern that I wanted, so I told them, like, you know what, go nuts, do what you feel is best, and then for the bunny, we got a really, really cool design. But honestly, that's all I really care to say on the subject, because this is a lore stream, not a opinions on AI stream. I view it as no different than any other tool, be it a hammer or a gun. It has its purpose. Get rage baited. I mean, I'm not angry. It's just, it's just something I feel I have to say, because often, like, my biggest fear is like people are gonna see, oh, well, he uses AI for his music and shit, so he must like use AI slop for everything, and he doesn't actually create anything. And it's like, no, I do genuinely create things. It's just I use AI to help me create the things that I can't create. And I just want to make sure that I avoid that misconception. And I don't want to be branded as a thief for it either. Even though I pay for art that I actually ended up not getting because of circumstances. So to the next character, I don't really have any kind of visual representation for him. There's no avatar yet. and I was supposed to have artwork done for him and Corvus, but unfortunately, we didn't get that. I mean, I wasn't really triggered, but okay. I just go into tangents easily. That's just the thing that I do. Anybody that's watched my channel long enough will tell you it's very easy to get me distracted and to go on a tangent. That's something I gotta quit doing. But anyways, like I was saying, fucking will Buddy be haunted by the ghost of the detective? Yes. He will actually be having visions of the detective. And that's kind of like for the viewer to decide, is it a ghost or is it hallucinations? But that will actually be a theme with Buddy. So moving along, we're going to get into the next character, Jason. Now, Jason, again, this is the part where I get nervous because I didn't have what I was supposed to have because of shitty circumstances, and I blame my birthday because everything always goes wrong on my birthday. But Jason is the human of the group. And yeah, Jason! But he is the human of the group. And for me, I feel he's a bit more representative of the darker parts of myself that I've been repressing for a very long time. A lot of you don't know this, some of you do, but I do have very, very bad anger issues. And I think the majority of people don't understand how bad those anger issues really are and how bad they can get unless they've either A, seen me explode, or B, heard me talk about it. Me exploding doesn't happen often, but when it does, it's bad. And Jason also represents a struggle that I had to overcome in my life of being stuck on revenge. And the way that vengeance can be a self-destructive road. And I think it's really, really important to highlight that. And since I don't have a image for him, I have to describe him. I have to do this the old-fashioned way, right? I have to kind of give physical description of the character. With Jason, he is probably standing at around, I want to say 5'9", 5'10", just average height guy, but he's a muscular build, and like he is like in just peak physical condition. Not like Roy useless muscle, but like, actually good, built muscle, right? Yeah. So he's probably about 5'9", 5'10", average build guy, like average height, but just in peak physical condition. He does have light scarring along his torso. His left arm below the elbow is missing, as well as his legs below the knees. Starting with his arm, it's replaced with a mechanical arm, and within the mechanical arm is a grappling hook system, as well as a blade sheath in the upper portion of the arm. This is known as the ripjack. Yes, I got the idea from XCOM. Fuck you, I don't care. So with this, he's basically able to kind of like zip around the battlefield and find really advantageous positions to shoot from. His legs are replaced with a shock absorption system. So basically they look like normal legs, but inside of them is a series of mechanical springs, and what they basically do is they absorb all the impact and then kind of kick it back into the ground so that he doesn't get injured from a fall. Like, for example, he could fall off of a building, like a 10-story building, but if he lands on his feet, he's not going to get injured. And when it comes to Jason, the thing about him the thing about his appearance is his face is typically covered by a helmet. I leave his face much to the imagination, with only one thing really about his face. At some point, I will reveal that. But the only thing that is well known is that his face is very heavily scarred. And when I do the audio drama, for those of you that are interested, you'll learn where that scarring comes from. And with Jason, in terms of attire, it would basically be kind of akin to what you might see a SWAT officer wear, but black. Instead of like dark blue, or in some cases like a army green, depending on the department. In his case, it is just like a straight up pitch black uniform. The one notable thing is his helmet. His helmet has the coin lenses that I mentioned earlier. Um, in design, it's very much akin um, to like it's a full head helmet, so it covers like the top and back of his head as well as his face. It has chem filters on the front, as well as a respirator, so that way he can breathe in unsafe environments. And the most notable feature would be the glowing red lenses uh, of his helmet. Do he got hops? Yeah, he got hops. Um, it's advanced prosthetics. It's not cybernetic. Very, very advanced prosthetics. The only cybernetics would be the arm. Um, but as far as the legs go, that is just prosthetics. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into his story now. Before I do, the last bit of like, the appearance that I will mention is, like I said, his face is very, very heavily scarred. Um, and he is very typically, you'll never see him without his helmet. Like, if I were to make an animated series, in the instances where he takes his helmet off, I would always have his face obscured until that reveal moment, which would actually be the audio drama that I'm going to be working on. I just need to find voice actors for it. So I'm going to go ahead and dive into the story of Jason now. So now I know you may want to take a popcorn break or tune out as I go into Jason's story, but I strongly recommend paying attention. He may just be a human, but is like the others a vital part of this team, and without him, Buddy wouldn't have been able to pursue Jack's unfinished work. Before going into what happened when the two met, we need to first look at the history of Jason so we can understand both his skills and motivations. Jason grew up in a middle-class home. His parents were neglectful and mostly absent. They weren't abusive by any means, and even got along well with them. But they failed to teach Jason much of anything. Because of this, most of what he learned was self-taught, and he grew up with a lot of behavioral issues that gave him a criminal record early in life. And at the age of 14, he made the worst mistake of his life. After finding out his, at the time, girlfriend had been cheating, he got himself into a drunken stupor, stole his parents' car, and went to confront her. That was when the accident happened, an event that had changed his life forever. He had struck a mother and her daughter as they crossed the street. The mother was paralyzed and the child dead on impact. Jason had swerved after the impact, taking out a telephone pole, and lost consciousness. He had a mild concussion, which would heal over the next few months, but as he underwent a grueling trial against a brutal prosecutor with a personal vendetta, this woman and her husband had been pillars to the community. Things were not going to get easy for him. In fact, they were only going to get worse. Come on, hold on just 1 second. I lost my spot. Give me just a moment here. The couple were pushing to... Uh-oh. The couple were pushing to put him behind bars for nearly half of his life, and he was losing the trial. He knew his childhood was over either way, but his adulthood would also be ruined. Like mentioned before, those facing serious penalties could conscript into Rapture's military. He asked for a military plea, which the judge granted. Instead of 32 years in prison, he'd serve the military for 16. From there, he'd spend the next 4 years of his life undergoing... Damn it. He'd spend the next 4 years of his life undergoing intense training. The prosecutor pulled some strings to make sure these years would be hell, making sure the woman's brother would get to train him. Out the gate, he was given a nickname meant to degrade him. They called him an animal. The man quite literally tried to PT him to death. Jason proved stubborn enough to survive and even graduate among the top of his class, despite how brutal the instructors were on him. Oftentimes, he would even end up being beaten. But despite all of that, he proved to be an excellent marksman and skilled in hand-to-hand combat by the end of his training. He even learned a small bit about combat engineering and computers. When it came to specialization, he seemed to be pretty well-rounded, but excelled in CQC and sniping. Jason proved to be quite a crack shot with sharp reflexes. The discipline he failed to learn early in life came in spades during his training, combining an iron will, exceptional skill, and strong discipline to make him a deadly soldier. His military service saw him in quite a few conflicts. He skirmished against the Bloodpaws as they attempted to encroach on Rapture's territory. He also faced down El Diablo's cartel and a few small Scourge cults. He started as a recruit, making his way to the rank of private, corporal, and then sergeant. Over the course of time, his squad would become the family he never really had. Jason was still plagued by his mistake and had a horrible drinking problem. He was comfortable and even somewhat happy despite everything he'd gone through, though, up to this point. Jason was 25 by this point, and his military career was looking bright. He had formed a strong familial bond with his squad mates, the closest of which being Salem, who felt like the closest thing he had to a brother. There was also Flyboy, who he spent a lot of time with. However, much like anything that goes up, it must come down, and that had happened when his squad was sent on a campaign with suspicious circumstances, a mission to infiltrate a Scourge outpost and retrieve an AI core. What made this so unsettling was how far it was from home, and why was an entire battalion needed? The entire time, Jason was questioning everything. But his squad mates, especially Salem, even would tease him about it, and they didn't really share his concern. His commanding officer had told him to stick to his pay grade, seeming almost offended at Jason's questioning. Even if they had shared his concern, nothing would prepare them for what they faced. The data core retrieval mission saw them face a massive Scourge cult. This was a large-scale battle, and the biggest conflict Jason had ever been a part of. Things were going well for his side in the beginning until the gate blew open, revealing a hulking figure clad from head to toe in power armor, carrying a massive machine gun chambering 4-bore HE rounds, rocket pods mounted on the shoulders, and hardlight blades mounted to the wrists. This was an ambush. That man was a leader of one of the major Scourge cults. Hannibal was a man of brutality, and his first volley was directed at Jason's squad, and in moments he'd find himself soaked in the entrails, blood, and bits of bone. Flyboy's mangled torso was attached to lifeless legs that collapsed after expiration. Jason had seen death before. He had friends die, but never like this. If not for Salem dragging him behind a rock, he'd have been next. With most of their squad wiped out, Salem and Jason decided that they were going to ignore High Command's orders and infiltrate alone to complete the mission. They'd go to hell if their friends were going to die for nothing. And the two made their way into the tower, fighting their way through Scourge cultists, but wound up captured. They expected to be killed, but the two had been separated. It seemed instead the Scourge had planned on experimenting on the two. Jason was drugged and poisoned. Toxins leached and sapped his life, while stimulants kept him awake. He lost track of time entirely. The Scourge psychokinetics invaded his mind for intel and tried to plant seeds of hatred and corruption in his head. All the while, his body would be augmented without a single drop of anesthetic. He would feel every cut, every tear, every fracture of bone. It started with his legs, a sort of spring system added, shock absorption that had let him fall from great heights without severe injury, his left arm severed just below the elbow, and an experimental prosthetic mounted, this prosthetic limb called a ripjack. A small protrusion from the top contains a grapple gun as well as a xinthium carbonite blade. It can be used to grab and pull him from ledge to ledge or fire both ends of the cable for tethers. As the surgeries went on, he heard about more and more prosthetics they intended to graft onto his body. They were trying to break his will and make him into a super soldier all at the same time. Jason, despite the immense pain and relentless psychic attacks on his mind, remained vigilant, waiting for his chance to escape. He'd hear the good news about how the invaders were being slaughtered like the wretched cattle, the lucky ones, at least. Those captured were tortured, experimented on, modified, or sacrificed to their profane god. Jason was beginning to lose hope after an ungodly amount of time had passed. Salem had eventually come to his rescue just in time, and the two continued their mission, took the AI core, and as a final fuck you, the two planted explosives on the facility's reactor, blowing it all to hell. After 6 months of physical recovery, Jason was put on light duty serving in the militia. High Command saw fit to reward his bravery and ease his trauma. While the augments had made him a better soldier, the horrors and torture he had endured had left him with deep mental wounds that would never heal. He spiraled, becoming an alcoholic once more, taking cocktails of antidepressants that didn't seem to help. His apartment was a mess of empty bottles infested with bugs and holes punched into the drywall. Deep inside, Jason was broken, every bit as broken as he was the day of his sentencing. Perhaps more so, even. Most of his battalion was slaughtered, given the nickname the Graveyard Battalion. A monument was erected, which he visited frequently, and carried with him was a small sheet of metal from the facility. On it carved the names of those who wronged him. Hannibal, who killed most of his squad, one of his best friends, who ordered the torture of him and everyone else there. Commander Rod, who either through incompetence or betrayal, sent everyone to their deaths. And Dr. Savage, the man who performed the surgeries on him and hold on. Lost my fucking spot again. And Dr. Savage, the man who performed the surgeries on him and his and his comrades. Frederick, and of course the commanding officer, Frederick Bowles, who questioned nothing and hid like a coward when the battle became a losing one. The Scourge had indeed instilled hate in him, but the thing about him was that he was strong-willed. He directed that hate at them, refusing to be their pawn. Jason was broken and alone in the world until Buddy had come around. Buddy needed to pester him for a while, but eventually got Jason to look at Jack's notes, and Jason began connecting the dots, realizing that something major was happening. And the two would become a shaky team, piecing together the connection between the Scourge and the cartel, ultimately learning of the goal to find pieces of an ancient weapon. One of those pieces would be carried by the next character of the bunch, the one you will all be the most familiar with. But before we get into him, I do feel compelled to give you a small spoken quote from Jason, as I do want to put a little bit of voice acting into each segment. There you are. I'd recognize that armor anywhere. I've followed you for too long to fail now, Hannibal. And I have a special gift just for you. The gift of death. You'll never outrun me. There's nowhere on the shithole of an earth where you can hide that I won't find you. Feels like I've been waiting my entire life for this fucking moment. And unfortunately for you, Buddy isn't here. So I can do whatever I want. I'm tired, Hannibal. But I'm not so tired that I can't kill you. And I'm not too tired to ensure that you die screaming. Maybe then I'll finally be able to sleep. Maybe then the dead won't haunt me anymore. Not a goddamn bottom. So that is the lore of Jason. Any questions or comments? Alright, give me just a moment here. I'll get the next song rolling. I know, complain about AI, oh boo AI, but fuck you, my voice needs a break.
of the paper, child of the regrets. Animal they call me, but I'm not dead yet. Dragged in chains, a child condemned, blood on my hands, a life I'll never mend. The gavel fell, my freedom torn away. 16 years of war to make me pay. They broke my body just to watch me crawl. Every drill sergeant swore they'd see me fall. But iron will grew sharper than their hate. From broken bones I carved my fate. Brothers buried, their voices in my veins. Graveyard battalion, I carry all their names. From the ashes I remain, haunted but unbroken. The fire lives in me, every word unspoken. I am the animal unleashed, cowering fear and soon be deceased. Steel in my flesh, wires in my veins. Awake in torment, baptized in pain. Ripjack rising, my body torn apart, but they will never shatter what's left inside my heart. Shock in my legs and venom in my head. They tried to forge a weapon from the nearly dead. Psychic whispers clawing at my soul, but my hate is mine, it will never be controlled. Brothers buried, their voices in my veins. Graveyard battalion, I carry all their names. From the ashes I remain, haunted but unbroken. The fire lives in me, every word unspoken. I am the animal unleashed, cowering fear, you'll soon be deceased. In the aftermath it's all blend into my mind. A nightmare I can never leave behind. Trails raining, sky turns red. Salem dragging me through the dead. Blind voice screaming, silence after flame. I etch the list, I carve the names. Hannibal monster drowning us in lead. Commander hiding while we bled. Rot savage, cowards to the core. I'll hunt you down forevermore. Brothers buried, their voices in my veins. Graveyard battalion, I carry all their names. From the ashes I remain, haunted but unbroken. The fire lives in me, every word unspoken. I am the animal unleashed, cowering fear, you'll soon be deceased. Brothers buried, their voices in my veins. Graveyard battalion, I carry all their names. From the ashes I remain, haunted but unbroken. The fire lives in me, every word unspoken. I am the animal unleashed, cowering fear, you'll soon be deceased. Hannibal, rod, savage, bulls. One by one, I'll send you home.
God fucking damn it. There we go. Is it fixed now? I don't know why it fucking muted me again. I fucking hit the button to unmute and it fucking remuted me. Anyways, I'll try for the third time. Hopefully the final time. So, when it comes to the whole reveal with, the buildup of Jason's superiors kind of ignoring, I hope it wasn't like a bad writing, obvious that things were going to go foobar, but like a good indicator of, oh, this isn't good. When he's got people telling him, don't ask questions, stick to your fucking pay grade. Because there was a lot of significance to the stick to your pay grade shit. Beyond the fact that the mission was going to go foobar. As far as Jason crushing skulls, oh yeah, he'll crush skulls. He's more than happy to curb stomp a fucking Scourge person. In fact, literally in the audio drama, one of the things I imagine him doing is basically fucking stomping on a fucking cultist skull and fucking just crushing it all over the fucking floor. So, Jason's a very, very violent individual. He's unnecessarily violent, and there have even been times where he's come across repentant Scourge members that only joined because their choices were join or die. Okay, that's good. But yeah, Jason overall is an extremely, extremely violent, unhinged individual. And he doesn't speak often. It's like that speaking line that I did of him, which is one that will actually appear in the stories, is a rarer moment where he actually really says something that isn't just feeding tactical information to allies. Jason's a very reserved person, and he really only speaks when he needs to, or in rare moments like that where he finally has something he genuinely wants to say to somebody. Like, there have been times where Jason would interrogate people and Buddy would actually physically get in between him and the person he's interrogating. Like, one such story I imagine is him basically grabbing pliers and ripping a guy's teeth out, and Buddy basically getting in front of him and just kind of giving him this "what the fuck are you doing" look. Which eventually gets him to calm down. But I believe it is time for a character that you all are very, very familiar with. Although there is one person I want to make aware of this, because I know she will want to hear this story. I need to just send a little message to the Squeaky Weeky. There she is. I but I do believe it is time for the one character you're all very familiar with, the one that I tend to sport the most.
I am your tiny evil tyrant, and I demand to be taken seriously. You will kneel before me, or I will burn your fucking cities to the ground.
That's right, Nox. Well, Nox is not a rat. He is just very, very short. He is small. Nox is actually a wolf. Just a very, very unfortunately vertically challenged wolf. But I do find it funny that Jason reminds you of Frank Castle because he was one of the inspirations for Jason. The other one should be pretty obvious considering they literally have the same name. Yep, I did mention Squeak. Squeak's partner is the one that designed Nox, by the way. And Squeak absolutely, from what they know of his story, absolutely adores him. Oh, you're talking about Squeak. I was saying Nox was a rat. No. Yeah, Squeak is a rat. Squeak is a rat. But a very, very adorable one. Not the gross kind. So, all right. So, Nox is just a rat-sized doge. We'll see how you guys feel about him after you hear his story. I told you he's a villain, a very, very evil villain. Christian Freeman was born into a family of heroes. His mother, a powerful psionic, wielding immense psychic power that allowed her to move things with her mind, unleash powerful blasts of raw kinetic energy, fly, and do other amazing feats. He was the youngest sibling of four. His eldest brother, a psionic like their mother, a cryokinetic specifically who could manipulate thermal energy to make things insanely cold, fire rays of freezing energy, and even fire shards of ice as projectiles. The next was his sister, who could alter her molecular structure, turning her body into a dense metal compound. In this state, she had immense strength and was seemingly indestructible. His last brother was armed with super speed. And finally, his father, the most powerful among them. The man could fly, move at the speed of sound, possessed immeasurable strength, laser vision, heightened senses, and even the ability to heal from injuries that'd be fatal to most. Christian was a shoo-in for an amazing life as a hero. He'd have incredible powers and the exotic life of a hero. At least, that's how it was supposed to be. Sadly, couldn't be much further from the truth. Not all were given the tools to be great, and Christian was primed for a life of mediocrity. Out of the womb, he was afflicted with dwarfism, which made his life challenging. He grew to a maximum height of only 2.1 feet. His fanged teeth were also abnormally large, leading to a slight lisp in his speech. His powers were insignificant compared to his disabilities. His skin secretes an oily poison that can cause hallucinations, immense physical pain, akin to fire in one's veins, vomiting, nausea, and confusion. And his fangs secrete, his fangs secrete a more concentrated version of this poison that could cause organ failure, seizures, and blood clotting, along with the previous effects. The poison does seem to even affect the most powerful metas and other powerful beings. He, despite his size, is quite durable and agile, but this is not enough. His family refused to let him fight alongside them, forcing him to focus on academics. However, such an extraordinary family couldn't hope to comprehend the mundane life they were forcing him to live. And because of that, he had no one to relate to, no one to talk to, no one that could understand his struggles. He grew to hate his existence. Oh, I lost my fucking spot, god damn it. He grew to hate his existence, feeling he wasn't good enough and didn't belong. Eventually, he decided to try and prove his worth, making an outfit and assuming the alias of Nox. He, however, proved more of a hindrance than a help, allowing dangerous criminals to escape into the streets. His family wanted to protect him, but his father's patience wore thin. Nox had begun studying magic, trying to gain some fighting edge. And he did gain quite a bit, but it was still minuscule compared to the rest of his family. He eventually overheard a conversation between his parents that pushed him to anger. Listen, I love him, but he's not really one of us. A quote that burned into him, pushing him to train harder. And when his family struggled against a powerful foe, Nox leapt in once more. This time he'd fail miserably. His mother was critically injured, trying to protect him, and his father's self-control cracked like porcelain under pressure. Without his wife to calm him, he snapped. When they got home, he beat Nox. He beat him senseless. It was effortless, and he placed a foot on Nox's head, pinning his face into the mud. He told Nox he wasn't cut out for this, that he could never be a hero, that he would never be an equal, that he was a disappointment. He then ripped the costume off of Nox and burned it right in front of him, telling Christian that Nox was a fantasy and that Christian Freeman could be an exceptional man, that he need only be humble and accept his place where he belonged. That was when his father left. Knox laid there naked, bruised, crying, and broken. For hours he had laid there before getting up. He was alone, felt like a stranger to his own family. He wasn't like them. How could he be? His siblings were great scions to honorable, venerable heroes. They were granted gifts that would let them forge great legacies that would live forever. And he, well, he was the black sheep who fell victim to botched genetics. The most he could hope for was comfort and mediocrity in a cruel and pitiless world. Knox was once vibrant, energetic, and full of life, had now become withdrawn, distant, and cold. He still studied arcana any chance he got, but his father would destroy his books any time he found them. Knox became clever. He learned how to hide things, and always clung to hope that one day he could be something more. During a crisis in which a powerful villain overwhelmed the city, Knox was left alone in his family's base, where he met the outlaw Baron Thrawn, who called himself the Mountain King. This man was the first to speak with Knox and treat him as an equal. The two had talked for a few days, and Thrawn would say that words that changed Knox forever. You try so hard to fit into a mold that wasn't made for you, little man. Your family will never respect you. The world will never respect you as long as you beg for their approval. You need to stop begging, stop groveling, stop crying, and show them what you can do. They think you can't stand up to the monsters. Prove them wrong and show them what a real monster looks like. Don't stand against the monsters. Be the monster. Burn their illusions to the ground. Make them see you. Make them see the man you become when you reach the peak of the mountain. It's not about revenge. It's about being better than them. It's about looking out for yourself, kid. I see that hunger in your eyes. Use it. Let it fuel you. Take every insult, every failure, every ounce of pain, and let it drive you. They want to break you. Make you into their idealized version of you. Pack you into the mold that suits them, and when you refuse, they call you a disappointment. They may even call you a monster. So show them how right they are. They wanted a monster. Give them one. Give them something to fear. Shatter your chains and claim what belongs to you. These words sunk into Knox's soul. His entire life, he had been an outcast, disrespected, mocked, and abused. He sat outside Thrawn's door and mulled over these words in his mind for what felt like hours before taking his first step down the path of villainy. He opened the door, staring at Thrawn, and he'd only speak 2 words before a moment of silence, a moment of silent understanding came over the two. Teach me. There was no fear or hesitation as he undid Thrawn's restraints, knowing the man could easily kill him, use him as a hostage, or do far worse. Yet despite that, Thrawn did nothing to him. He simply led the way to Northmar, a brutal cold that Nox struggled to traverse, and the journey made him gravely sick and nearly killed him. But despite that, there was a hunger inside him, and he dragged himself up Frostspear Mountain. It was there he'd find solace, spending the next few years of his life studying magic and learning demonology, as well as advanced chemistry and basics in technology. Demonology is a form of magic that manipulates a form of energy wielded by demons known as Darkon energy. It's highly corruptive energy that can end up killing the user or worse, should they be weak spirited or ill prepared. It's separated into a few categories. Each category is vastly different from the others, and demons, depending on the type, will know one or more of them. Some demonologists may learn multiple schools, but it's very hard to get beyond baseline abilities. The first school is conflagration. This is the first of the 5 arts. Conflagration is the art of manipulating hellfire. Hellfire is much different from regular fire. It burns with a far more intense heat, and unlike fire, it does not require oxygen and can even burn underwater. That's not all. Hellfire, unlike regular fire, produces darkness instead of light. This is the basic low end of conflagration, which seems more like a parlor trick. But advanced users like Nox can do far more. Conflagration can be manipulated into focused blasts of energy that strike with the force of a bullet train. Small, heavily concentrated beams that can cut through most materials like a red hot blade through butter, or to create a protective barrier that can absorb a great deal of damage. Domination. Domination sounds like it's all just mind control, or even some BDSM thing, but it's really not. Mind control is only the high end of it. Domination is all about altering perception, implanting psychic suggestions, and even tampering with one's memory. It's basically magical gaslighting. The extent of these powers depends on a wide range of factors, but the most important is not only the will of the caster, but also the willpower of the target. Domination tends to work better when the target doesn't realize they're the target. At around the level Nox is at, he can issue short psychic commands and mind control those who are very weak-willed for short periods of time. Masters of the school can not only mind control someone, they can even enthrall them, turning them into a mindless slave with no sense of their former self. And advanced users can mind control someone and make them realize, not even realize that it happened. And scariest of all, the most advanced users can do this to multiple people. Hexation. This school is probably the most boring at first glance, until you take the time to learn its utility. This school is probably the broadest of all the schools. Hexation users perform rites and rituals to form pacts with demons, gain temporary clairvoyance, and gain a wide host of supernatural abilities. Hexation, as its name implies, also allows the demonologist to curse targets, weakening them or afflicting them with supernatural conditions. The most powerful hexation users can learn some very powerful curses, such as the Death Hex, that guarantees death to those who kill the demonologist, and for really advanced users, their kin as well. They can also make a contract with a spirit of vengeance that will pursue a target wherever they may go. Nox is mid-level in hexation, having quite an array of curses up his sleeves. So the next time he starts shouting about cursing you, you might want to be a little worried. Subjugation. Sorry, I thought I heard my door open. Uh-oh. Oh god, I've become one with the ground. Give me a moment, chat. There we go. This is the one field Knox is poorly studied in, and is poorly studied by choice. Knox has a general distrust and abhorrence for demons, which is why he refuses to employ them where he can help it. Sorry about that, chat. Just 1 second here. Subjugation. This is the one field Knox is poorly studied in and by choice. Knox has a general distrust and abhorrence for demons, which is why he refuses to employ them where he can help it. While he knows and can perform the basics, he refuses to study further or use the ability to summon and control demons unless brutally necessary. Controlling demons takes immense willpower and concentration, making it highly dangerous. While demons can be powerful assets, they're not keen on being controlled and are known to betray their masters. Subjugation is by far the most difficult and dangerous school of demonology, and it's for this reason Knox refuses to have anything to do with it. Though the most powerful of demonologists can control small armies or even briefly control very powerful demon variants. Transformation. This is by far the most deadly of the demonologist arts, and there's a good reason to steer clear of it. It's deadly not just for the enemy of the demonologist, but to themselves as well. Transformation allows the demonologist to shift their physical form and greatly enhance their abilities in the other schools. Transformation, however, feeds on the life force of the user. Knox, however, using transmutation and a couple thaumaturgy tricks, he was able to create a mask acting as the transformation. While it's significantly weaker than traditional transformation, it's also far safer for Knox. Knox can withstand full transformation if needed, but can only do so very briefly. This was essentially the years of study that Knox had undergone. And eventually, he was found by his father, who wanted to bring him home. But Knox refused and wound up fighting alongside the Mountain King. But even with all of his training, they were still no match for him. After a grueling fight, Ultra Wolf would catch the Mountain King's fist and fire laser vision directly into his eyes. Knox froze in horror as his father turned murderer, frying the only person that had ever respected him. Knox feared what his father would do to him, and so he made the painful decision to obfuscate himself and escape, trying his best to block out the Mountain King's agonizing screams. Knox would plan his revenge. He didn't want to kill his family despite everything they did to him. He wanted the world to see how horrible his father was, how everything he did was in the name of his public image and pride. He wanted the world to see how much of a monster he was. So he created a hostage situation involving half the city, 7 nuclear bombs hidden, and an ultimatum to make one that'd drive his father to turn on his mother, or try to kill him so that the world could see his father for the murderer that he was. Of course, There was only a single bomb and a well-played act to convince everyone.
I suppose you all want to know why I'm doing this. I am tired of living in your shadows. The only man that ever talked to me, respected me, he's dead because of you. No one else respects me. Everyone thinks I'm a fucking joke. No one takes me seriously. But after today, they will. You wouldn't let me be a hero like you, so I became the monster instead. You refuse to respect me, so you'll learn to fear me instead. Ultra Wolf, you were right about two things. I was never meant to be a hero, and I was never your son. Heroes are lies, fables to help the weak sleep comfortably. Truth is, they're just as awful as the rest of us, and I'll prove it to you. I'll prove it to the whole fucking world. You know, some days, all I want to do is fucking cry. Cry until my eyes burn and my chest is heavy, but I never do. There's not a fucking point. Nobody would fucking care. They'd all be too busy gawking at this stupid fucking statue behind me. It's the ultimate symbol of my oppression. I am your tiny villain, Tywin, and I demand to be taken seriously. I am the lord of all that is evil. I have given myself to the darkness for power. I have become more than you could ever imagine, and you will tremble before my awesome power. I will burn this city to the ground and salt the earth upon which it once fucking stood. Now, this is the part where I give you heroes a dilemma and really test your morals. In my hand is a detonator. And if I release this trigger, 7 bombs explode, wiping out half of this city and irradiating the fuck out of everything. But you can stop me. Mom, Dad, one sacrifice, and I'll disarm this bomb. I'll turn myself in. But you have to choose. Kill your partner, kill your spouse, or I can let go of this trigger. No matter how this ends, nobody wins.
His siblings scoured the city in search of the bombs, but realized there was only one, and it was attached to the statue behind him. Once they discovered this, they foiled his plan, but he'd escape, enacting more plans, upping the stakes little by little, ultimately stealing some valuable artifacts and building an actual serious nuclear bomb. And after a while, he managed to gain an artifact Buddy and Jason would be looking for, bringing the three together. Nox had beaten them, but found that his attempts to dominate Jason were fruitless, and that he couldn't bring himself to harm Buddy, who was able to destroy the detonator for the nuclear bomb he had built. So he offered a compromise. If they helped him with the heist, he'd help them gather their artifacts. Thus, beginning their partnership. Is Nox's dad a bootleg Homelander? I will say Homelander was a little bit of an inspiration, but the main inspiration behind him was actually Omni-Man. But the idea of with Ultra Wolf was I wanted to create a hero who wasn't a hero because it was the just, right, and good thing to do, but because it gave him this image, it turned him into an icon, it made him something that people admired and loved and worshipped like a god. And so, because of that, he reveled in being a hero. But as you can see, he doesn't really have the spirit of a hero. He's just a self-serving douchebag wearing a cape. Whereas Nox actually had the heart of a hero, but was ultimately driven away from it because of the abuse that his family put him through. While it's important to note that his father was the real abusive one, his family wasn't exactly unknowing, and they were pretty complacent about it. And oftentimes his siblings would bully him too, which I never really mentioned. I just didn't find a good spot to mention that. So when it comes to Nox, his whole fucking life was just shit. Sounds like Homelander. Like I said, there was a little bit of inspiration from Homelander. I just overall, I felt like with Nox being a villain, but also at the same time not a good one. Like, I don't think Nox is horrifically evil, but I don't think he's a good guy either. Nox kind of becomes a little bit selfish and egotistical because all of his life he was stepped on and made to feel worthless. And so he has to be loud. At least that's how he feels. He feels like he has to be loud, he has to be proud and eccentric in order for people to notice, acknowledge, and respect him. And I felt like that was the best way. I felt like the best way to convey that would be to have him grow up, you know, without anything making him special among a family of special people, and his father make him feel worthless for it, and his family just kind of let it happen. Like, his mother basically saw him as the baby that needed to be protected, but his siblings, they just kind of picked on him. They didn't really care about him that much. And his father, basically, you're going to come to find his father fucking despised him. Especially in the audio drama, you're going to learn that Nox's father despised him. Yeah. The thing is that Nox's bite alone wasn't enough to make him competent in any kind of a fight. And his father saw him learning magic and going out and failing as an embarrassment rather than him just learning and getting better, and admiring his courage and tenacity and unwillingness to give up, as opposed to um just settling for mediocrity, which was what they wanted him to do. His family, they wanted him to settle for mediocrity. His mom was terrified that he was going to get himself killed, and his father just thought everything he did was embarrassing. And so, because of this, it led to, Knox just kind of feeling like nobody respected him. And then finally, when he talks to the Mountain King, he begins to, he finally has someone that respects him and sees the drive inside of him and wants to see him become something. And his father killed him for it. His father killed him for it because he could get away with it. Ultra Wolf is by no means a hero. He may wear the cape, he may smile for the cameras, but he is not a hero by any stretch of the imagination. Sure, he beats up the villains, he puts them in jail, but when no one's looking, Ultra Wolf shows to be an egotistical, self-centered, self-aggrandizing piece of shit who genuinely views non-metas as beneath him. And the fact that Nox didn't have any sufficient powers really drove Ultra Wolf mad. It embarrassed him that he could have such a weak son. I feel like that's the point that I really, really wanted to convey with this character. And the reason I want to convey that point is because of what the character represents to me. As you guys know, I had a childhood that was riddled with abuse. Granted, my father was never as extreme as Ultra Wolf, but it was enough to make me feel worthless. And I developed some less than safe coping mechanisms to deal with those feelings. I developed a very fucked up sense of humor, and I developed a very combative nature. And because of that, it was a darkness that I have carried all my life. And the whole being a brat thing, it's fun, and I do genuinely enjoy being a brat. But it's also kind of a mask. Much like Nox with his transformation, it's a mask. It was something to dress the darker parts of myself up and be able to lightly express myself in a non-harmful way. But what I didn't realize for the longest time is that it was annoying to a lot of people. And I know some people are cool with it and others aren't. And I've been trying to kind of lean away from it. I don't think I'll ever fully quit being a brat, because again, I do like being a brat. I do like when I dig my hole a little too deep sometimes. But Knox, for me, represents a few things. He represents that mask.
Look at me, I'm just a top.
You're not a top. He represents that mask. He represents the struggle of dealing with abuse, dealing with thoughts of self-doubt, of feeling worthless, of struggling with disability as well. Because being only 2'1" is really fucking difficult, I could imagine. Basically everything is fucking huge to Knox. And while, for those of you that fail to grasp the concept of how short 2'1" is, that's the same height as Yoda from Star Wars. That's how tall Knox is. There are children that are taller than Knox. It's going pretty good. Well, I love you too, Bean. But yeah, Knox honestly is probably, I think, maybe one of the saddest stories out of the bunch. But I hope you guys, did enjoy his story. Just remember, you hear that yelling about cursing, you might want to take it a little seriously. Goober. Of course I love you. Even though sometimes I want to fucking kick your ass, I love you. Let's see. Alright. Time for AI slop music while I give my voice a rest. I know, Rising Moonbeam, this is your chance to boo me. Oops. Wrong one.
The world always doubted me, never took me seriously. I did my best, but unlike the rest of my kin, power was not within my blood. I was the failed son. I am your tiny evil tyrant. I demand to be taken seriously. Give in to my demands. Wise up and bend the knee. Light, so many gifts and yet bestowed unto me. Poison in my fur and venom in my teeth. It's even hard to speak. Cursed at birth, inferior and weak. I am your tiny evil tyrant. I demand to be taken seriously. Give in to my demands. Wise up and bend the knee, or I'll burn this city to the ground. Salt the earth upon which it stands. I'm not messing around, now obey my commands. I am the lord of all that is evil. Rapture's fate is in my hands. I am your tiny evil tyrant. I demand to be taken seriously. Give in to my demands. Wise up and bend the knee, or I'll burn this am the lord of all that is evil. Rapture's fate is in my hands. The villain was the only one who was kind, who respected the brilliance of my mind. He helped me, and while at his side, I followed my musings and found my pride. Ultra Wolf, my father was pissed. We fought like hell, but were trumped by mighty fists. You lied, said you were a hero. You killed my only friend, by my hands you'll meet your end. This I know, I am Nox, sold my soul for power. I gave it all, this is my hour. Tremble before my wrath, I shall burn all within my path. I am your tiny evil tyrant. I demand to be taken seriously. Give in to my demands. Wise up and bend the knee, or I'll burn this city to the ground. Salt the earth upon which it stands. I'm not messing around, now obey my commands. I am the lord of all that is evil. Rapture's fate is in my hands.
There we go. So, any like questions or comments about Nox before moving forward? Here we go. No. I am the toppiest of all tops. Okay, can we God damn it, I wish I could quote South Park, but I'd probably get in trouble. Can we get a question from someone that isn't a complete, well, if you've watched the show, you know the next word. Welcome back, Kato.
I am your tiny villain, Tywin, and I demand you take me seriously. I am the lord of all that is evil. I will fucking burn your city to the ground. I will fucking enslave you forever and ever and ever. I will fucking make you mine in the fucking mines until you fucking die.
Ugh.
Tantrum tyrant. Tantrum tyrant.
But seems like we have no questions or comments about Nox's story. So I'm gonna move on. And we're gonna get into the lore of Corvus. So just like Jason, we don't have an image for Corvus.
I do not smell like a fucking pickle. I don't like pickles.
Fucking gross. I'm gonna make that a fucking character point for Nox. I'm gonna have him just absolutely hate pickles. But anyways, again, just like with Jason, I don't have an image for Corvus. Just really bad circumstances for my artist kind of led to her not getting the commission done. Please don't go after her. Please don't bother her or question her about it. She's going through a lot. Just leave her alone. I don't want anybody to fuck with her. I don't want to put her business out there, but she showed me she's going through some shit. It is some very fucked up shit she's going through. I've seen the evidence with my own eyes. So, Just like with Jason, I kind of have to do my best at a physical description, which is my one weak point as a writer, unfortunately. And we'll go ahead and start with the description and then we'll get into the story. So, appearance wise, kind of starting with, the head. Um, Corvus is an anthropanther standing at around 6'5, 6'6. Very strong, muscular build, very broad shouldered. Um, he's like a muscled up beefcake. Like he is daddy material, to say the least. He is absolute daddy material. He has the blue ball band. He has short brown hair, kind of messy and a little bit oily. Um, he has a red cloth tied around his head, which is actually a bloody piece of banner that he once fought under, which you'll learn about in the story. In terms of clothing, he's just kind of wearing a raggedy old t-shirt, and jeans. It's nothing special. Literally just clothing that was given to him by Old Man Kled, who also happens to be really tall. And his clothing kind of fits. Hi there, how you doing, Bean? Well, not dad bod, but like a hunky beefcake kind of body. Like, Corvus is absolutely fucking jacked. Like, if I were to... Give me 1 second here. Honestly, I think the perfect representation in terms of physical physique would be Hafthor Bjornsson, the guy that played the Mountain from Game of Thrones. To give you a little bit of an idea here. Well, thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Basically, this would be the kind of body shape that he would have. So I guess, like, in terms of like physique, this is what he would look like. He is fucking ripped. He is strong. He's a very, very big guy. That would be the best comparison for Corvus. Like I said, Corvus is a big guy. Just imagine that body shape, but on an anthropanther. And maybe like about 20, 30 pounds lighter and like 3 inches shorter. But yeah, he's a big dude. He is a beefcake. And he is absolute daddy material.
And a sip of the alcoholic
Thank you for the
goodness.
hydrate.
Whoop! Ow!
Another thing to note about him, his eyes are brown, and he is covered from head to toe in lots of scars. Like, just head to toe scars all over. So, try not to be too spammy on the emotes here. Judas was supposed to turn them off, but he didn't. Oh, fucker. But we'll, or not emotes, but the, redeems. But I ain't worried about it at this point. Nobody's gone too far with it. I'm going to go ahead and we'll finally get into the story of Terrain. I don't think his will be quite as long. Okay, can we stop with the fucking pixelated shit? Thank you. So, this story may be the most tragic of them all. It's a story of a man at war with his own inner demons. A man sharing his mind and body with three conjoined demons, one of conflict, one of agony, and one of rage. The three conjoined demons share one consciousness, a being called the War Beast. It's the War Beast trapped inside Serene that gives him incredible powers, but those powers are magnified when the beast takes control and he enters his war form. With him, I want to start with a dump of his abilities, as understanding what they are will make for less pauses in explaining his ability level in the story, as he's arguably the strongest and most capable member of the group. It's also important to note that his story begins hundreds of years before the others are even born, during a time known as the Second Renaissance, which is basically a second medieval period, but with the remnants of old tech. Serene is faster, stronger, and far more durable than the average person. On top of this, he has heightened senses and regeneration. His regeneration is a bit slow, but provided that he's kept stable, he can recover from any non-fatal and even fatal wounds that would be fatal provided death isn't instant. He is also highly resistant to most toxins, and acid doesn't seem to affect him much either due to his regeneration. Serene also has incredible martial prowess. He's trained in many forms of armed and unarmed combat. He's competent with most melee weapons, though not very skilled. He can use a bow or even a gun at a novice level. Now, earlier I mentioned a war form, and I saved it for last. It exponentially increases his abilities, but does something more. Some would call this a cognito hazard due to popular media such as the SCP Foundation, but his war form awakens a primal fear in all who behold it. Even those significant in power and would normally be described as fearless are affected by the primal aura to at least some extent. For some, the fear can overwhelm their senses and cause total paralysis. For others, it may cause them to flee. And for some, it may cause them to attack with reckless vigor. While some prove to be resistant to its effect, it requires an extraordinarily strong will to even minimize. The only one to fully or mostly resist its effects are full-blooded demons of the blue, red, or green aspects, primordials, or one extremely rare case, which is Buddy, and even I don't know why. The only other instance of someone mostly resisting its effects would be an exceptionally devout paladin of the Owl Mother whose mind was shielded by faith and zealotry. The war form is gigantic, imposing, and a vessel for carnage and destruction. It doesn't have a reason, purpose, or mercy. It seeks to endlessly kill, maim, and fight. As for the backstory itself, it must be split into two parts: the War Beast and Corvus Reign. I'll take a chronological approach and begin with the story of the War Beast. Demons can perform diablerie. It's a very foul thing that is exclusive to demons and the fallen. Both races can gain each other's abilities and conjoin their corrupted souls through acts of cannibalism. This is called diablerie. Diablerie isn't just the mere act of consuming flesh or blood, but rather the very essence of the prey. Diablerie is rarely practiced as the predator adds another consciousness to their own, merging their essences eternally. But in their shared form, they gain significant power. A demon of the blue aspect had a special proclivity towards violence, towards battle, and causing suffering, but it wasn't able to do so in the capacity that it wished. So this demon hatched a plan. It started by ambushing a demon of the green aspect that was in a weakened state and suffering. Hold on, I lost my spot. And suffering. Oh, god damn it, I lost my spot. Oh, and diablerizing it. Afterwards, it would do the same to a greater demon of the red aspect, wielding the martial prowess and raw instincts of the blue aspect, along with the regeneration and affinity for pain of the green aspect, and finally, the berserker-like rage of the red aspect. The War Beast was born. It ravaged and decimated villages and kingdoms until it reached Grandal, where it faced Corvus, a man with no powers or special weapons. Corvus won through a mix of determination, wits, and raw perseverance. This was, of course, in vain, as like any demon, the War Beast would be reborn at the Eye of Oblivion. And it would eagerly return, now that it had found a worthy rival. 3 magic users, a thaumaturgist, demonologist, and arcanist, worked together to create a prison alongside a powerful psionic. Corvus was the bait, and the 4 laid the trap. In a beautiful piece of jade, the demon was imprisoned. As the thaumaturgist held the stone in his hand, it began to crack. Panicked, the demonologist grabbed the stone, stating that he would contain the beast himself. He'd need only pierce his heart with the stone. Moments later, a fragment flew off and struck the carotid artery in his neck, killing him in moments. The others panicked and began to flee, dropping concentration on the spell holding it in. Moments away from its escape, Corvus would act brazenly and without hesitation, plunging the jade into his own heart. Everything faded to black as the jade drank its fill of his blood, binding him and the War Beast. Now we move to Corvus. But before we continue where things left off, I want to give a brief background on who Sir Corvus Reign was throughout his life. Corvus was the youngest of his siblings, named after an uncle who had died in the field of battle. He grew up as the son of a baker and had always dreamed of being a knight like the man he was named after. Corvus was bullied for his name. Many felt he was undeserving of it, and for his aspirations as well as his imagination. His father would mistreat him for this, but his mother encouraged his dreams. And eventually, a knight by the name of Sir Frowley had wound up staying in his village. Young Corvus had soaked in his stories and knowledge, even convincing the knight to spar with him using sticks. This angered his father and pushed him to beat Corvus. Sir Frowley had seen Corvus's injuries the next day and was quite furious. Sir Frowley told his father that he'd be taking Corvus and any objections would get him killed. He offered to make Corvus his squire and help him begin the road to knighthood. Corvus gleefully accepted and trained under him until the age of 16, when his life would change yet again. Sir Frowley was sent to chase down a dangerous fugitive, but was slain. The fugitive was injured in the battle, and an enraged Corvus swore revenge, taking the sword of his mentor and hunting down his killer. After a brief battle, Corvus would end up slaying the fugitive and taking his head as proof of his deed. This being what ascended him to knighthood. Picking up where we left off, which was about, I want to say, a year after, Corvus would awaken, finding himself changed. He was stronger, more durable, his instincts were sharper, and his wounds did not last on his body for long. Even grievous ones would be gone within a day or less. All that remained was the scars. He was hailed a hero, but no one knew what lurked inside of him. The next decade of his life was prosperous, and in times of peace, he had become a baker like his parents. Though he says it's to honor tradition rather than his father, truth is, the man just liked cooking. But this isn't a happily ever after story. Grandal's peace didn't last forever. Its king had died due to a comically unfortunate fall. Between his twin boys, an heir was not chosen, and thus they began vying for the throne. They each had the support of varying lords, and eventually debating became fighting. A civil war called the Great Divide of Grandal had broken out, and Corvus had chosen his side, feeling that Prince Henry was a noble and just man, while the idea of Henry's cruel and vicious brother Wallace was enough to make Corvus pick up the sword one last time. After 6 months of bloodshed, it would all come down to a final battle. During the battle, Corvus' side was losing. They were greatly outnumbered. Their warriors were superior, and they just couldn't make up the difference, but inevitably battled to a stalemate, at least until the cavalry came. Corvus' side was decimated, and with shaking hands, he faced what he'd believed to be his end. He gripped his sword, facing down the next wave of infantry, speaking the oath he took so many years ago. I, Sir Corvus Rayne IV, swear on the blood of my ancestors, my descendants, and my kin, that I shall protect my kingdom from all foes without and within. I am the sword of my liege, and the shield of my people. I fear no death when surrounded by evil. Until my dying breath I shall fight. Beware my wrath, for I am Grandal's might. Corvus's war cry inspired the men around him, even as he bled from many wounds. As arrows impaled across his entire body, he fought. He fought past the point most men would lay down and die. But eventually, he found himself on his knees, body too tired to even raise his sword. All seemed lost. But a voice from within his mind offered him the strength he'd need to defeat his enemies. He need only be willing to trust it. Corvus surveyed his surroundings, realizing there was no other way his men would win, and he agreed. A bargain was made with the war beast. His flesh tore, and the fighting had halted as all watched him transform into a horrific beast, a beast that would slaughter them all. Corvus came to and ran home to try and get help, but no one would listen to him. During his time, he came to make a discovery, one that broke him moments before his brother plunged the sword into his heart. It was of the affair between him and his wife. Corvus was branded a traitor. His wife had betrayed him. His children were afraid of him. He was now in exile, hunted like a rabid dog. He eventually succumbed to the will of the war beast, until from the back of their shared consciousness, he saw Buddy and his friends who reminded him of the virtues he once stood for, and thus he finally regained control, vowed to join them and atone for his sins. So that is the story for Corvus. Any questions or comments? I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah, I honestly like I I'm genuinely surprised. I was getting a lot more engagement with this than I thought I was. I was really worried that people weren't going to like it, and I was really worried that I was putting a lot of effort into something that wasn't going to matter. But I'm glad that I've been able to share this little piece of my mind with all of you, and it seems to be something that you guys really, really enjoy. Um, I honestly, my only regret was just stuff that's not even really within my control. Just being as ill prepared and rushed to the last minute. Part of the reason I would get stuck when reading sometimes is because in my rush of writing things, I would fuck up the grammar so badly. I'd have to like mentally translate it before saying anything. But we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna listen to Corvus's song. Um, just as I've done for all the others. It is music time.
Lost in time, ancient warrior, he will never die. Hope is lost, shattered pride. He holds great evil back from deep inside. I am an exalted knight, a champion of the kingdom. I strike the foes of grand, I'll bet your ass I can beat 'em. I am the sword of my liege and the shield of my people. I feel no fear when surrounded by evil. The war beast decimates our land, innocence beneath its aggressive hands. With my blade I slay the beast at war. With 3 days it was reborn. Trapped in a stone, my age is 3. The prison wouldn't hold, so I took it within me. Warrior and demon entwined, a war will fight for the rest of my life. Alone he wanders, lost in time. Ancient warrior, he will never die. Hope is lost, shattered pride. He holds great evil back from deep inside. Baptized in blood, he lost it all. Washed away in the crimson flood. He must hold strong when carnage calls. Surrounded by death, embrace my shield. I may fall here, but I shall not yield. Victory or death, and the latter seems certain. Arrows block the sun like a deadly curtain. We brace for impact as the spears of the cavalry pierce through our defenses. My brothers and I are exhausted, but not once do we waver. The tides turn again and not in our favor. That's when I hear the call from deep inside my mind, and offer a power to end the great divide. I should have never listened, I poisoned my soul. Rivers of blood glisten, bones and flesh scattered, both friend and foe. What have I done? Alone he wanders, lost in time. Ancient warrior, he will never die. Hope is lost, shattered pride. He holds great evil back from deep inside. Baptized in blood, he lost it all. Washed away in the crimson flood. He must hold strong when carnage calls. Perished in exile, dishonored and alone. I tried to explain, to beg for forgiveness, to pay any price for penance. I tried to reach the one I loved. She had her son. She fled into the arms of a man I called brother. She called him lover. A blade impaled into my heart. I thought this was the end. The carnage calls again. Alone he wanders, lost in time. Ancient warrior, he will never die. Hope is lost, shattered pride. He holds great evil back from deep inside. Baptized in blood, he lost it all. Washed away in the crimson flood. He must hold strong when carnage calls. Hundreds of years later I awake, a creature that's pure and sees me through the pain. I owe the people of Grandall for all I have done. Somebody, I swear my allegiance until your quest is done. This ruined blade is yours. I serve Corvus Lane, the fork shall stay this course.
All right, so up next we do indeed have the bunny lore. Hey, Virian. This one is actually going to be more interactive. By that I mean this character, I didn't have months of time to consider her story and, you know, make it all well thought out like the others. For her, I had a couple weeks. And I couldn't even come up with a name, honestly. But I was at least able to come up with a rough outline. of her plot. And the areas that are a little bit gray to me, that's where you guys come in. We're going to make this together. Because whereas Corvus represented the strength that I carry, the internal struggle that I face every single day with my anger, with my own internal demons, so to speak. This character represents a much softer, more loving and gentle side to me. A side of me that I've hidden for a long time. The parts of myself that I locked away, whether it be because I felt that I needed to protect them from the world, or I needed to protect the world from them. A mixture of those ugly parts and those pretty parts. Because all in all, being a brat is fun and, you know, I enjoy it. It's not the entirety of who I am. And a lot of people do find it annoying. And a lot of people also think that it's all that I am. And that's not the case. I've always been very selective of who I've been open with. And I'm starting to lean away from that and just naturally put myself out there. I don't want to be spending the rest of my life being afraid of the world. Even though I know that, yeah, I'm going to be judged quite harshly. And so for me, this character, it was initially just something that was made to tease me, that was made to torment me, but it became a bit of a symbol to me as well. Okay, goofball. All right. I'm not fucking cute. But overall, that's what this character has come to represent. And, you know, I've kind of worked in some of the memes and shit like that into the character, but I feel like this character is representative of, you know, the parts of myself that I've hidden away for a long time. The dark humor, and as well as the, you know, compassionate, caring nature. Um, that little bit of femininity and very, you know, flirtatious and even kind of pervy personality. I always was afraid of being judged. And thanks to Snow, Otteru, and, you know, Squeak Alarm, and just a lot of different people, I slowly pulled out of that shell. And I'm finally able to express those things. Like 3 months ago, if you had asked me to stream South Park: The Stick of Truth, I would have said no way. That would offend everybody. Nobody would like to see me play that. I couldn't. But I actually did, and we all had a lot of fun. And I'm really, really grateful for that. Shut up. I'm like half paying attention to chat. But you're cute. And I'm not a goddamn bottom. Bane, get your chew toy. But I am going to take a short break. I just want to go get some more ice. Maybe grab me a little snack. And then we're going to get started. And like I said, this story, there are going to be choices. So even if you're lurking, do definitely pay attention, because your votes are going to help shape this story. Because I can't think of a better way to do this story than to tell it with you guys and let you guys help shape this character. So, you guys just hang tight. I will be back shortly. And then...
Hi, my name's Furricide, just a regular guy, okay? Probably not cause I'm a little fucked in the mind, but that's okay. Being normal is pretty overrated. My humor may be dark and I might be kinda jaded, but I'm a survivor hardened by a troubled past. I got a lot of haters, but I'ma kick it and laugh because I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. I am your tiny title tyrant, standing on a mountain made out of Goliath, so you will kneel before me. No, stop, I'm not a cutie, I'm the scariest thing you'll set your eyes on. My sword's broken, caked in mud, but I'm ready to fight on. And I'll send your ass running home, make sure to let the whole know I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. Again, I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was lost, but I found my way, crawling in the darkest cave, lost all my faith. But the furry phantom dummy pulled me to my feet, gave me confidence and showed me who I could be. I hope I make you laugh, I hope I make you smile. And if you don't like me, maybe we could talk for a while. I wasn't always the best, but I was never the worst. Before the song goes dark, just let me finish this verse. I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. Again, I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. The top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, 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 whoa. Again, I'm the top, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, lock, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and send it off. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, that's right. I'm the icon of toxic masculinity. Seriously, why do you think I'm green? One drop of my pure masculine gene stock would make even the girliest femboy's balls drop. Yeah, a six-pack has a six-pack, which has a six-pack. I'm the champion of fluster fucking cuties. Uh-oh, why's everyone looking at me like that? tired of the pain, I'm tired of your lies, I'm tired of the bullshit, you never let me cry. I was just a boy, you made me wanna die. I'm about to lose it, noose around my neck, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. You said you just wanted me to be a man, but look at me, look at what I am. Angry, dejected, alone, can't handle my emotions, so now I'm in the zone where my blood boils with anger. Real men don't cry, so I became the danger. To the ones I love, to the ones I trust, I can't help it, I bottle till I bust. I need to feel loved, but I feel weak. Am I even enough? Damn, I'm about to get beat. I'm tired of the pain, I'm tired of your lies, I'm tired of the bullshit, you never let me cry. I was just a boy, you made me wanna die. I'm about to lose it, noose around my neck, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. Hey dad, I was only 13. All you fucking did was hurt and lie to me. You looked me in the eyes, told me all your lies. No son, I don't use, of course I'll visit soon. We know it's not the truth, you love the drug horse family more than your own. Made me fucking hate you when I was fucking grown. Remember how you put a knife up against my throat? Asked if you should slit my throat like a fucking man. Probably not, cause you were high on coke. I'll never forget, but you never gave a damn. I'm tired of the pain, I'm tired of your lies, I'm tired of the bullshit, you never let me cry. I was just a boy, you made me wanna die. I'm about to lose it, noose around my neck, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. Now when I grew up, you turned your life around, but it's too late, you burned me to the ground. I gave it to my hate, I became just like you. I smiled at your fake, this was the abuse. I said I hope you suffered, and I fucking laughed. I fought with your brothers like finally got you back. But then my mother showed me I was like you in the end. I finally forgave you, I broke down and cried for the first time in my life. I felt fucking vulnerable, I felt fucking weak. I feel ashamed of every tear that I weep. Smash the fucking mirror, I hate who I am, I don't understand these feelings. Was this your fucking plan? I'm tired of the pain, I'm tired of your lies, I'm tired of the bullshit, you never let me cry. I was just a boy, you made me wanna die. I'm about to lose it, noose around my neck, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. I'm tired of the pain, I'm tired of your lies, I'm tired of the bullshit, you never let me cry. I was just a boy, you made me wanna die. I'm about to lose it, noose around my neck, I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna do it. I forgive you, I don't wanna be this way, but I can't forgive myself for giving into all the hate. This cycle of abuse, it finally ends with me. Thank God I broke that noose, I survived it all, and someday I'll be free. Wake up, the last few weeks were a lie. Get up, get help, or you're gonna fucking die. Do you mean Biden's son was in trance? Yeah, dummy, that shit was in your head. Mom, help, I can't breathe, I think I'm gonna die. Vision's really blurry, I think I'm going blind. Load up in the car, hope I make the drive. Oh no, my O2's only 59. Get me to the ER, what are those? I'm surrounded, man, they're getting close. Is this in my head or are they fucking ghosts? Shadows fill the room, they're all surrounding me. Is this my doom? Oh God, this is it, I can't unsee them. Surrounded by the dead, it's not my demons. Spills don't help, fuck, I can't go. I keep fighting, but I'm running out of hope. It's just too hard, why bother trying? I can't give up Finally met my doctor, he looked me in the eye, and his news was somber, for you're probably gonna die. I've had people less sick than you and now they're not alive. Man, my heart's racing, I almost fucking cried. Come on, mom and my girl, if it wasn't for them, I'd have left this world. My life was always a mess, and this battle would be hard and I'm already depressed. Listen, the nurses have mental breakdowns. Hear a woman screaming, I can't forget the sound. I heard about a man who lost the war against his demons. Now I sit here wondering if COVID can't be beaten. Oh God, this is it, I can't unsee them. Surrounded by the dead and stopped by demons. The pills don't help, fuck, I can't go. I keep fighting, but I'm running out of hope. It's just too hard, why bother trying? I can't give up, my fans all crying. Gotta fake a smile, just keep on lying. I may be out now, but we're far from the end. I keep fighting, but only for my friends. PTSD and a body that's broken. Things will get better, I'm just hoping. But I need machines, because I can't breathe and my heart's failing. My body's ailing, but I keep smiling. Gotta give them hope, gotta keep lying. Oh God, this is it, I can't unsee them. Surrounded by the dead and stopped by demons. The pills don't help, fuck, I can't go. I keep fighting, but I'm running out of hope. It's just too hard, why bother trying? I can't give up, my fans all crying. Gotta fake a smile, just keep on lying.
Let me tell you the story of a lone girl versus the world. Her name's Snow, and this is how the tale unfurls. From the worlds of VR to the lands in between, she's spreading love from the heart, and one day she'll be queen. You ain't last now, but you'll be better than me. You're quiet, you're all so silly, just like Lily. I'm cold as ice, I'll melt your heart. My name is Snow, in my flock you'll play your part. Worship me and don't make you whole. Isn't it funny? It's just me against the world. Yeah, against the world, but far from alone. I've got tons of friends of so many kinds. A ride or die, and the name is Vice. Or a real Bonnie and Clyde type duo, like Banjo and Kazooie. And let's not forget about the cutie patootie, fresh and fruity Denny, the well-ready basket. Talking about that gummy loopy, but I won't forget that crazy guy. There's always shenanigans when Lucky says hi. And then there's JT. Quack, quack, quack. I'm cold as ice, I'll melt your heart. My name is Snow, in my flock you'll play your part. Worship me and don't make you whole. Isn't it funny? Just me against the world. I'm strong and up front, the tank that holds the line. And I'll be blunt, you're all falling behind. I'm the queen with the axe to grind. Some call me mama, but y'all can call me Snow. I stay out of the way, I'm claiming the throne. If you fall in battle, it'll break my heart, but don't worry, I'll just send my regards. I'm as cold as ice, I'll melt your heart. My name is Snow, in my flock you'll play your part. Worship me and don't make you whole. Isn't it funny? It's just me against the world. We're here to watch you and all you do. Adventures with anyone, ice cream too. Fluttering Furricide and all your chill vibes. We're here for it all until you say goodbye. And we'll come next stream to watch it all again. You're a good bean and a friend to the end. I'm as cold as ice, but I'll melt your heart. My name is Snow, in my flock you'll play your part. Worship me and I'll make you whole. Isn't it funny? It's just me against the world. trans community full of love, full of smiles, and from above. Come stay for a while, change your life. You better believe I'll win the fight.
There's too many songs about diamond teeth and gold chains. Too many rappers who still glorify gangs. There's way too many rhymes about codeine and women we'd like to bang. I just wanted to make a song to say thanks. Thank you to the cops who really trying to make the world a better place, risking their lives to keep a man they never even met safe. They ain't trying to kill your kids or lock their father away. They got families who need food on their plates. And thank you to the firefighters. Whenever I hear sirens, I pray. It takes a special kind of man to run toward all the flames. When we see smoke and we need help, the fire can't be contained. They running in while everybody runs away. And thank you to the soldiers fighting for us, flying way overseas. Ain't never met you, but I love you cause you're dying for me. I'm enjoying my freedom and I know freedom ain't free. When the anthem plays, I don't take a knee. And thank you to the truckers, the janitors, and the average people. The ones holding the jobs that will damage your ego. The ones who do the most and in return they get zero. Screw what anyone says, y'all are heroes. Everyday people, they know who they are. They aren't superstars and they don't fight evil. They gotta do the hours with no superpowers. Everyday people don't always save the world. They don't get the girl, but y'all are heroes. Heroes. Too many songs about Xanax and faces covered with tattoos, and way too many asses on camera with rap dudes. Too much Gucci, Louis, Prada clothing trying to brand you. I just wanna make a song to say thank you. Thank you to the paramedics coming at high speed in an ambulance, trying to get someone to breathe at the scene of an accident. Covered in a stranger's blood and trying to bring them back again. Their stress levels always at a maximum. Thank you to the carpenters, mechanics, and the welders and plumbers. Y'all are building all the roofs that we're under. Swinging hammers in the pouring rain, the snow in the summer. I hope you know that I appreciate your struggle. Thank you to the nurses and doctors fighting for everyone's lives. Y'all don't always find a cure, but I believe that you tried. The guilt of seeing someone who you tried to save die, don't let it haunt you. Y'all bought them some time. And thank you to the priests and the pastors and the grocery store clerks. The ones who don't get thanked or paid enough for their work. Probably feel disrespected and I'm sure that it hurts. But let me tell you, y'all are heroes for sure. Everyday people, they know who they are. They aren't superstars and they don't fight evil. They gotta do the hours with no superpowers. Everyday people don't always save the world. They don't get the girl, but y'all are heroes. Heroes. You don't need a mask and a cape. Don't lose sleep wondering if humanity's safe. Whoa, whoa. And you don't gotta fly to the moon. Don't need x-ray sight to see the hero in you. Whoa, whoa. Everyday people, they know who they are. They aren't superstars and they don't fight evil. They gotta do the hours with no superpowers. Everyday people don't always save the world. They don't get the girl, but y'all are heroes. Heroes. I see you at the liquor store, leaving with the cheapest can of beer on the shelf. You ain't living on the street, but you barely making rent, and I relate because I'm struggling myself. I see you smile at the clerk while you fumble through your purse. I just wish I had a little more to help. I imagine where you living, how you feeling, what you loving, who you'll be if you can make it out your hell. I see you at the bus stop, looking at the sidewalk, smoking half a cigarette, waiting for a ride. Kinda limp when you walk and look away. When you talk, you're ashamed, I can see it in your eyes. Probably got a NASCAR shirt and a car that you love, but you're here cause you're too afraid to drive. It's been almost 10 years since the day that you crashed. Can't forget about the little boy's life. Everybody's got a story. If you look a little closer, you can see it in the wrinkles in their face. They can hide it in the silence, they can bury it and fight it, but it comes out when the hair is turning gray. You can feel it if you touch them, you can tell that they are troubled. You can hear the story running through their veins. We all travel different roads and we put on different clothes. Underneath it all, we're really all the same. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. I see you sitting on the front porch playing with a radio, looking to the sky. Probably living in that house all alone these days, trying to find a better way to pass time. Got a wheelchair ramp leading up to the door, I can see that you walk just fine. Probably hate it cause it isn't getting used anymore, and you only ever built it for your wife. Everywhere that I walk, see you on the sidewalk, begging for a little loose change for some dough. Probably got a mama and a papa spending everything they make, trying to clean you up enough to take you home. Used to have a good job, used to get good grades, used to have big dreams, then he lost hope. When your girlfriend died, giving birth to your son, you're the father that'll probably never know. Everybody has a tale that they're too afraid to tell. You can see it in the cracks in their hands. They can cover it with smiles. If you walk a couple miles in their shoes, then you'll know where they stand. Everyone who really lived had to climb out of a ditch they were in before they found the right path. If you want to know the truth about what we've been going through, then try to put your phone away so you can ask. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We are the neighbors that you'll never meet. We are the strangers walking down your street. We are a million faces in the crowd. We are the ones the system's tearing down. We are the people working to survive. We are more than just our 9 to 5s. We are the shopping malls and streetcars. We are one, it's time to tell them just who we are. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. We've all got problems and we all feel alone. We've all been haunted by the secrets we hold. We could fill our coffins with the rocks they have thrown, or we could build our castles with the sticks and the stones. I don't remember how I got all these scars, but I know I lived a hell of a life. I can't remember how I made it this far, but I know it was a hell of a fight. Could have been some bones in a coffin stone, drinking vodka locked up with the bros, causing problems broke at the bottom. You know that I got a lot of marks under these clothes. Should've killed me, somehow I survived. These tattoos should've died. I don't remember why I cried all those tears, but I know that I turned out alright. I know that people wanted me dead. I lost all my friends, was running from the cops. Getting bread was dark in my head. You know that I have seen a lot of things in all of my years, but I'm thankful for this crazy life. Every single scar and every single scrape, every bruise and tattoo along the way tells a little story that I can't explain, because the words escape me but the marks remain. They won't ever fade and they can't be erased. They made me who I am and I am not ashamed. Every bump and scratch and every drop of blood prove how far I've came. These tattoos tattoo my scars longer than most of my friends. Crashed a couple cars, put some stitches in my legs. Looked up at the stars and all I can say is thanks. Recovery was hard, but it made me who I am. All these ugly battle scars complete me. They're reminders of the demons who tried their best to defeat me. They don't look so good in photos, but my struggles ain't beneath me. And these tattoos ain't for nothing, this is physical graffiti. Every broken bone, all the sticks and stones, and the moments when I felt so alone. Every single tear and like a million beers that I only drank so I could try to cope. Every bloody nose and all the muddy clothes when I was in the dirt down inside a hole. Every single scuff and every single scab made me who I am. These tattoos
I'm back, chat.
Bottom of the ninth, up against the odds, running out of time, only got one.
I'm ready for this, honestly. Don't know about you guys, but I'm ready for this. You know? Going into this, I was really nervous, but honestly, I'm really excited. And this is kind of where I go to the grassroots of my childhood. That around the campfire storyteller. You know? This is the part where, we just sit down, we relax, and together we weave a tale. And you guys will affect that tale. So be sure to pay attention and listen for the polls. Because your votes will help shape this bunny. Your input will help shape this bunny. Aw. Well, thank you for the birthday wishes. And I will definitely be downloading the VOD for this, and I'll be uploading it to YouTube. So for those that missed the lore of the Tatum and the Raptor and all the other characters, you'll get to hear that. But right now, we have a bunny that we need to dive into. So, now for this character, we're going to do something different, chat. You all love this bunny, and I do too. She represents in myself, and that's why I wanted to include her. But unlike the others, I didn't have months to prepare her. I had weeks. I had a vague outline. So, through some improv storytelling and some polls, we will create her story together. When polls are given, please don't try to go outside them. I really don't have a lot of plans for what can happen outside them. So, her story begins with her growing up as the heir to one of the lesser dynasties in New Genesis. Despite being a lady, she didn't care much for scholarly pursuits, especially with it becoming apparent she had latent potential as a mystic. Her father was supportive of her ambitions and said future rulers shouldn't be defenseless. So, he arranged to let her pursue this desire so long as she kept up with her studies. Her mother was also highly supportive and would teach her a good deal of basics before she got into the academy. Starting as a soon-to-be princess in the New Genesis faction, she took to the art of blade weaving. Blade weaving is a form of magic practiced by New Genesis members. Mystics, those with the ability to harness Gaian energy produced by the ancients and the earth itself, use this energy to fuel various forms of magic. Of the available schools, she chose blade weaving. Blade weavers learn basic elemental magic, as well as a few tricks to enhance their swordplay. But where they truly shine is with their weapon. Blade weavers are attuned to their weapon. In a way, it becomes an extension of their will and body. They use it to channel their magic, and blade weavers can even rely on their weapon to sense the environment around them. Those extremely talented with blade sense can even fight while blind and deafened. A blade weaver's rite of passage is that they must go out into the world, gather materials to build a weapon. Then they must meditate and dream up a design, and finally, forge it. Now, chat. A few different ideas came to her during this voyage, during this journey, when she would venture out to find the materials that she would use. The various woods, metals, and tools that would go into crafting her weaponry. 4 designs came to her mind. The first, known as a cyclone blade. A small, handheld, 3-bladed knife that, while not the most effective melee weapon, it is an incredible thrown weapon. And with a fine attunement to the blade, she would even be able to guide the weapon along its path. With this weapon, she would be focused on mobility and flanking, trying to strike an opponent from a distance, keeping just out of their reach, but close enough to maximize the efficiency of her weapon. The second choice would be a halberd, but this wouldn't be an ordinary halberd. Instead, partway down the haft, it would unsheath a small sword. It would be a long, thin blade, kind of like what you would expect from one of those cane swords, effectively splitting the weapon into a sword and axe. Or, when the sword is sheathed, it in turn becomes a polearm. Basically giving her versatility with her weapon. Allowing her to adapt and change her fighting style on the fly as needed. Maybe she needs more reach. Maybe she needs to get up close and personal. Maybe she needs one implement for blocking and the other for striking. Regardless, this weapon right here would be the weapon of choice for that. The next of these weapons, while what she is called a blade weaver, it is not exclusive to blades. This form of magic resides within a melee weapon. So as long as it is a melee capable weapon, a blade weaver can use it. And the third idea is yet another multi-purpose weapon. Starting off as a simple short mace. Within the hilt of it is hidden a 3-inch blade, and the head can detach, turning it into a flail. One with a significant amount of reach. It is a bit bulky and slow, but it is a weapon that can crush guards. And the flail itself might catch an opponent off guard, or let her fight with a bit of range should she need to. The final of these is a weapon that is both elegant and simple. The Kriss. A sword that is very similar to a rapier, but wavy in design. It is a decent cutting weapon, but is a very effective thrusting weapon. The waves of the blade are elegant and beautiful, but also serve a purpose, making it easier to catch an opponent's weapon, as well as inflicting mega damage, as that is what the Kriss was designed to do, whether stabbing or slashing. Though Krisses are typically a dagger or offhand weapon, she would design hers with a longer blade length, giving it the blade length of what you would expect for a rapier. Thank you, thank you. Hi, Snow! Uh-oh! Oh, please get better, Mama Snow. I wish you could stay too. But now that we have the 4 designs in her mind, Let me show you something, Kat. This is a representation of what those would look like. I know, very crude, using various images I found from, Google Images. Now, obviously, the designs wouldn't be exactly this, but it's just to give you an idea of what to expect from the weapon. This is probably the one that's closest to what it would look like. Or this one, actually. Yeah, this is the one that's closest to what it would actually look like. Although this one's a close second. These two images are more of just proof of concept rather than, the actual weapon design itself. But now, chat. Oops. What am I doing? I can just do it from OBS. We're going to do a little poll. This is the first of the decisions. Tell me, what weapon did she pick? Alright, no additional votes on this one. 1 vote per person, because this is a more serious vote. So again, chat, what weapon did she make? Again, we do have a poll up. So, of the weapons described, chat, what did she make? Again, the choices are the Cyclone, a weapon that is primarily meant for throwing, something that she would be able to guide with her connection to the weapon. While she can use it in melee combat, it's not the most effective, but its greatest purpose is serving as a thrown weapon. The second choice is a halberd that can split into an axe and sword combo. The third choice is a mace that can turn itself into a flail and has a hidden dagger in the pommel. And finally, simple but elegant. They're all very good choices. It would seem that so far we have 2 votes on Halberd, and none of the other choices are being voted on. Still got a minute or so to decide, guys. So for those of you that haven't voted, you still have a chance. And don't worry, she's spending a good amount of time right now meditating, weighing her options. And you guys are that voice that will answer her and give her the guidance she needs. The poll is coming to a close, chat. Be sure you voted. All right, it would seem that the poll is coming to a close, and the Halberd has won. Let me just close that. We don't need that anymore. So, our beautiful bunny had spent several days listening to the whispers among the trees. Spending her time among the ancients and watching other blade weavers work the forge. So many ideas filled something that struck with force, something with reach, but also something and thus began sorry, thought my mom texted me. And thus began the idea for a weapon that was flexible. Some might even call it a trick weapon. But this blade was her design. And so went to the forge, where she would spend 7 grueling days and nights working tirelessly to craft her weapon and perform the bonding ritual, bleeding the blade. As she clenched the metal, she did so with her own blood. With that and incantations, along with some alchemical brewing, the bond was created between Blade Weaver and Blade. The two became one. A second consciousness shared with her own. And even though she had never wielded such a weapon in her life, when she trained with this weapon, she used it like it was something that she had trained with from the moment she was born. This was no ordinary weapon. This weapon was an extension of her will and her soul. It was a part of her. And thus, she became Blade Weaver. Now, she had crafted her chosen weapon and completed her training, becoming a novice Blade Weaver. And while her weapon was a great boon to her efforts, she would grow her arsenal beyond her bound weapon. She'd master a few different pieces of equipment. As one thing I should say is that after a Blade Weaver has their weapon, their journey doesn't end. They must then go on a pilgrimage. The pilgrimage is basically just it's a sort of Easter egg hunt, but for Blade Weavers. They basically have to go and find certain things in the world and can only return to complete their training once they do. During this time, she would ultimately learn to master a few more pieces of equipment. Starting with a ranged weapon. The first choice of this is a revolver. Large caliber revolver, something with a good bit of stopping power. A .44 Magnum, to be specific. The second option would be throwing knives. And the third, a bit more of a unique option, a hunting slingshot. Now, while this might seem a worthless option, this thing does hit with enough force to break bone, and can bust skulls, and it's dead quiet. As well as basically anything can be ammo, as long as it's small and weighted. And if made with more advanced materials, then it would fire with more power than you would expect. So, we'll move to the next poll. What ranged weapon did she obtain? Revolver, throwing knives, or hunting sling. Again, we have another poll. And I know these seem like really stupid choices, but one of the things I struggled with was her arsenal. I wanted her combat style to be weapon oriented with a hint of magic and maybe technology. But I wasn't sure what specifically to do, other than having blade weaving being the thing that brings it all together. So, this is the part where I let you guys help me. And then I get to tell you guys the story. A little bit of story about about her adventure and how she obtained the items that she's using. So, you answer the polls and I feed you more. That is the exchange. You'd struggle with this ass too, Deadpool. You wouldn't know what to do with it. Guarantee it. If this bunny started grinding on your dick, you wouldn't know what to do with it. 'Cause you're gay. So we have one vote on the revolver. One vote on the revolver. Deadpool, you're gonna catch a ban. Or not a ban, but a timeout. I'm gonna put you in the timeout corner if you don't behave. Be a good boy. again, chat, we do have a poll running. So tell me, what melee weapon did she learn? Or not melee weapon, what ranged weapon did she acquire and learn to use during her pilgrimage? Hold on. Deadpool clearly wants Daddy's attention. Alright, go sit in the timeout corner. Alright, it seems that the revolver won. So, one of the weapons that she had obtained was a revolver. Something giving her a nice, powerful punch that would let her deal with more distant foes. Now, there are 2 more of these polls. And then a poll asking Revolver Ocelot. Oh my god. So the next question would be about an offhand implementation. As you guys know, she had her main weapon of choice is her halberd that can be switched between a halberd and a sword axe combo. But she could also have an off or backup weapon. The first of these options, which I am not going to be surprised if it gets picked, but I'm going to offer it anyway, is the whip. Something it's very painful, definitely has some fun uses, but more important, it gives her a good bit of utility. The second option would be a hard, light power shield. So, essentially, this shield would be a metal bar across the arm. And with a hand gesture, the shield itself would activate, giving her a light shield that will cover most of her body when she needs it, but with a simple hand gesture, will be out of her way, not requiring the use of a hand, and obstructing her ability to use her weapons when it's not in use. Another option would be a small round shield. Again, just a small round shield strapped to her arm. Nothing fancy, something a bit more basic. The other option I had, I'm not going to put with the halberd because it just feels redundant, and that was going to be a rapier. But it feels like it would be redundant to add that to her arsenal with this. But with some of the other weapons, it would have been a viable option. Oh, hey, Fiji. Shut up, Desert. And I love you, Fiji. Sweet bean. Mwah. Cutie. And my back is being an itchy bitchy. Ugh. Give me a moment while the poll runs. I gotta cool off. It is really hot. For some reason, our AC's fucking off again. So I'm just. Ugh. Sorry about that. My back is so itchy. So fucking hot. I think there might be a correlation between the two. Not sure. I just know that I am horribly itchy right now and horribly hot. Ugh. All right. So, it looks like in terms of defensive, in the terms of an offhand implementation, she went defensive, opting for a hard light tower shield. I'm honestly surprised you guys didn't pick the lip. I thought for sure you would. Desert, I will fucking punish you. So, and it would seem Kato died again. So, there's one last poll about. She had also. Oh, it's more than a promise. But the next one. She ended up also acquiring a miscellaneous piece of gear. Now, there was a few different things she would have ended up. The first one of these is a grav board. Now, a grav board is basically like a hovering skateboard. Now, you might say, why not call it a hoverboard? Well, we have hoverboards IRL, and they are not what a grav board is. So basically, it's like this skateboard that's all terrain and kind of floats over anything. Creating kind of like a bit of a gravitational field, not like a super strong one, but enough to let the board and a substantial amount of weight on the board float above the ground. The next option would be a utility belt. Now, this would kind of give her some, basic utility items, as well as carry special ammunition. Like she could have incendiary ammo, explosive ammo, things of that nature, darts. final option is a jump jet. A jump jet is basically a lightweight jetpack that can effectively let a person double jump. It can heighten your jump. Or you could use it like, go to jump across the long distance, and then once you hit the peak of your jump, then hit the fucking jump jet to go even higher. You could also use it to slow a fall, or even just kind of hover in the air for a short period of time, a few seconds. So, what miscellaneous gear did she end up with? I'm gonna paddle that fucking ass later. So, chat. Let's see where the poll sits. Again, this is the last poll about. Again, do you guys think she picked up a grav board, utility belt, or a jump jet? Which of these miscellaneous items do you think she would have acquired during her travels in Maine? Again, we have a poll up and nobody's voted. Come on now. Oh, okay, we got one vote on the grav board. Any other votes? Two votes on the grav board. So, it looks like the grav board is going to. Oops. All right. So she ends up, unless like three people swoop in and vote for somebody else. That's the way it's kind of looking. So, with that in mind, she begins the pilgrimage. Now, the pilgrimage itself is kind of a long, overarching, and it will take the course over the majority of her teenage years. But during this time, she would make a lot of friends. She would see the world, and the pilgrimage itself was very simple. She had to visit every ancient in the world, cut her hand, and put her blood amongst the ancient. She would do this over the course of several months. But during this time, she would ultimately find herself needed to perform service for her people. Now, this is the last poll I'm going to ask of you guys for a good bit. But what did they need of her? Did they need her to serve as an ambassador to the Cabal Imperium? Yeah, there's no way that'll all fit as a choice. So I'll just put Cabal ambassador. The other choice is fight the Scourge. Protect a trade ship. Or fight the blood. I want to turn on shield mode. So, wow, you guys are ruthless. Sending her to fight the Scourge. Oh, sending a teenage girl to fight the Scourge. That is rough. But the will of Chat is known. Give you guys more time to vote. In case anybody else wants to throw their 2 cents in. I think you guys just want to see the Scourge get fucked up, don't you? At least that's what I'm hoping for. Hope your goal isn't to traumatize the poor little bunny. What's your goal there, Chad? What's your goal there? Bunny would win? You think Bunny would win? Well, it would seem that you guys want to see her fight the Scourge. Keep in mind, I will be doing a lot of broad stroke storytelling. I will definitely amuse you with a little bit of action, as that's the one thing we haven't gotten to have yet. And so, as she began to complete her pilgrimage, she had received communication from her father that she, whether she liked it or not, was conscripted into the fight. As the Amarad dynasty, which was one of the major dynasties, had really pushed for the allowance of child soldiers. One of the big they have no problem sending kids to war. Ouch. I went to change my battery. Well, she'll be obtaining those items throughout the course of this. She's just starting with the halberd, but throughout the course of this, she will be obtaining those items. So, give me 1 second. I think I just fucking ripped my thumbnail off. That fucking hurt. There we go. Sorry about that. So, one of the big yikes things about New Genesis, like I said, they are not above sending kids to war. Especially those that have trained in one form of mysticism or another. During this time, she would actually end up fighting alongside one of the more well-known members of the New Genesis faction. In fact, some people in my chat will be familiar with this character. I'm just built different. Luckily, it didn't come off. I thought it did, but it didn't. So she ended up fighting alongside Prince. Here's his name. Are you ready for this? Get ready for this one, chat. You might even clip it. I don't know. She ended up fighting alongside Prince Farouk Nasheed Al-Assad Amrad Khan. Yes, that is his full fucking name. Although, pretty much everybody would just call him Karn. Karn was a boy around the same age as her. I think by this point she would have been 16. He would be 17. He would be a slightly chubby but effeminate male. And he would also be a blade weaver like her. However, he had been fighting this war already for the last 4 years. Karn's story saw him beginning this war at a very young age, a lot of it being because of political shit related to him being a bastard child and his quote-unquote father despising him. Because he basically had to make Karn the heir in order to hide the fact that his wife had an affair on him, and his basically, in his eyes, surrendering his legacy to a bastard child in order to keep from embarrassing himself or having to, publicly deal with his wife for this. So, Karn is already pretty hardened by this point. However, nevertheless, she ends up fighting alongside him. So Karn and our heiress end up working together. Both of them leading their respective armies, with him acting as her superior. During this time, she would be fighting alongside the Karn and the insurgents. She had learned very quickly that the insurgency didn't rely on overwhelming force and defeating enemies in honorable combat like she had come to expect. The insurgency would fight through hit and run tactics. New Genesis insurgents would strike from the shadows. They built bunkers under dunes of sand. They would basically strike at their enemy from that fortified, hidden position, and then abandon it. Oftentimes booby trapping it before they left. This was the most effective way they could fight the Scourge in their own territory, as the Scourge outnumbered them hundreds to one. Direct conflict was simply not an option. During her first fight, she was gifted a revolver. She was told that in this war, blades alone would not win. And thus, she began training to use firearms. And she became a pretty good shot with her revolver. She never cared much for rifles, and just preferred sticking to the one gun that felt comfortable to her. It was reliable, powerful, and it got the job done. And for the enemies that the revolver couldn't stop, then she would deal with them up close and personally. It was during this battle that she had killed someone for the first time. A Scourge cultist had cornered her. And the Scourge cultist, being a degenerate piece of shit Scourge cultist, would try to do things he shouldn't do. And after a moment of hesitation, she finally found the courage to strike him down, unsheathing the sword from her halberd and slicing into the man's skull, splitting it in half. The Scourge, as I've said before, are evil. They are degenerate. In their eyes, the world is dying, and it's their job to accelerate the process and do whatever they want to whoever they want. They are evil. They are the one faction that is truly, beyond a shadow of a doubt, evil. And this was her first glimpse into the reality of that world. Seeing how it was kill or be killed. If she hadn't have struck that man down, horrible things would have happened to her in that bunker. But she found the strength to fight back and kill him. After that, she finally was able to begin killing her enemies. Because she understood the nature of war. She understood the nature of what they were fighting against. In this world, the world that I call Fractured Earth, it is truly, in the Great War, a matter of kill or be killed. It is a matter of your life or the enemy. There's no time for moralization. There's no time for considering whether or not you're truly doing the right thing. It is a simple matter of act in the interest of survival. And this was a lesson that she had finally come to understand. After killing the first enemy, more would file in, taunting her, drawing their weapons, and one by one, she struck them down. And in the end, was baptized in the blood of filthy, heretical scum. The more they came, the more she killed. The more she killed, the less mercy she showed. If brutality was efficient, she'd choose brutality. This went on for several hours. And by the end, she was tiredly swinging her axe into a corpse, holding herself up on the sword, crying, profusely crying. Until Karn had put an arm around her. He had told her that it was over for now, and these men would never hurt anyone ever again. He told her that she was safe with him. And she fell into his arms. This was not the place for them. But in this awful world, it is exactly where they found themselves. At the whim of people battling over their own political prides and ambitions. These two youths were stripped of their innocence and forced to fight, forced to kill. Karn was already used to this. He had started much younger. She was not. After she had come to calm down, or begun to calm down, that was when things started to get a little bit better for her. She eventually found the situation to be more natural. She found herself coping with everything that was happening in a much better way. living with it the best that she could. But it was still difficult. It was still brutal. Again, this was no place for a teenage girl. Instead of her journey, instead of training, instead of the loving embrace of friends and family, she found herself surrounded by enemies that were the purest essence of evil. From the bodies of the Scourge, she had found her shield. A thing to know about the insurgents: a lot of their weaponry is scavenged from their enemies. The fact is oftentimes they go months without ever seeing a resupply. So they take whatever they can carry from their killed enemies. They travel light. But they travel light. They tend to hit, run, oftentimes even having to leave supplies behind. So because of this scavenging, looting, and even stealing from civilian populations isn't uncommon for them. It's what they oftentimes have to do in order to survive. And while looting, she came across this shield. And she could tell that by its design, it was Bloodpaw in nature, and it had been looted probably from a Bloodpaw Legionnaire. And she had heard that their shields were some pretty premium shit. These things could block even some of the most high caliber rounds. They were very, very durable, and with the Xinthium core powering them, they could last indefinitely. So, she eagerly took the shield. And had decided to use it as another piece of her arsenal. During the course of her campaign, fighting alongside Karn, she would begin to understand the nature of the Scourge, how it was like a disease that would spread across all of the lands, if not kept in check. While talking with Karn, she would ultimately speak with him in regards to what their odds would be defeating the Scourge. And the answer that she had gotten from Karn was honest, but it wasn't what she wanted to hear. Karn had point blank told her that our chances of defeating this enemy are null. The most we are doing is beginning to understand them and the scope of what we truly face. My hope is to ultimately survive this. Return to the council and try to bring our faction out of the dark. This is a war we cannot win without allies. And she knew he was being truthful with her. He had been in this war for several years. And even though he was only 17, he looked as though he had been fighting this war for 20 years. He looked like an old, tired man. His soul was old and tired. He had said that chances are she would get to go home long before he ever would. And said that when that day came, he would hope that she'd go and visit an old friend of his, Arkniad, and send his regards. She had promised to do that. Karn was the one person that she had come to see as a friend. She didn't have a lot of friends throughout her life because most of her life was spent in travel. But being shoulder to shoulder with Karn while fighting impossible odds had created a friendship and bond between them that was absolutely unbreakable. Make no mistake, there was no romantic feelings between them. Karn seemed disinterested in the idea of romance entirely. He was consumed by the horrors of the war itself and trying to fathom what needed to happen in order to even stop the scourge. During this time of them being together, Karn's prediction would prove to come true after one final mission. They would end up hitting a scourge stronghold. The purpose there was to collect an AI core. Because cracking AI cores meant getting access to a lot of intel that would help New Genesis understand this enemy. And so she had agreed. Or she had agreed. She had gone to participate in this attack. And it was a brutal, full frontal assault. By this point, she had become comfortable in combat. And she had taken a liking to being at the front lines, leading melee charges. While Karn preferred the tactics of the of the insurgent striking from the shadows and leaving, our dear Eris was not. Instead, she had decided that she would give him the means to sneak in. And she would do so by kicking in the enemy's front door. A very long and bloody skirmish would take place, with heavy casualties on both sides. She had gone from innocent to weapon by this point, baptized in blood. She stood atop a pile of corpses, triumphant, but at a cost. And so, during this time, she would end up fighting her way in through the compound itself. And it would be a fortunate thing that she did, because she would end up joining alongside Karn, fighting against one of the Scourge's most violent and fucked up individuals. One I mentioned earlier, a man by the name of Tychus, the man who invented the rot plague. A man who had to use a respirator because his lungs decayed from the very disgusting diseases that he had made. Not a goddamn bottom. And we're doing good. It is story time still. And the two of them had fought against him. A man kept alive by power armor. Armor that filtered his blood, that breathed for him, that fed him. Because his own body was eaten up by the diseases that he created. During the course of their battle, she had told him that he would answer for every life he had taken, for everyone who fell victim to his rot plague. And his response was something that stuck with her, even to this day. That he would spread his arms wide, gloatingly, as he looked her in the eyes and simply said, "I shall reap a terrible bounty in the name of my abyssal father." You will rot and decay as you should. This world will rot and decay as it should. Her and Karn worked together. And ultimately, they came out victorious. But they eventually found what they were looking for. And Karn began hacking into the AI core. And what he saw made his legs weak. The Scourge, up to this point, had been toying with the insurgents, allowing them to think that they were making a difference in this war. And that this battle was planned. The Scourge numbered in the millions. Not just from their members, but from the demons their demonologists controlled. And all they were doing was buying their time. Every fear that Karn had was confirmed in that moment. The heiress could only comfort him. Watching the realization bring him to vomit. The idea that everything he'd been doing for the past 4 years was for nothing. That every battle he won, all of it was to lead him into this very building. And that was when the doors slammed shut. The sound of locking mechanisms working to trap them inside. Tychus's voice came through over a speaker. In this great war, there can be no victor. Green gas began to flood the room. And this looked like the end for our heiress and Karn. Looking up, Karn had noticed there was a vent, a way out. He handed the AI core over to the heiress, reached behind his cloak, pulled out a small board, which he handed to her, the grav board. He pointed up to the vent and told her that New Genesis had to see this AI core. She tried to argue with him, plead with him to go himself. He was the scion of a much greater house, but he would not listen. He had put a hand over her mouth, looked her into the eyes, and simply said that he will find another way. The ancients would protect him as they always have. Now, go. And with that, a silent, sad moment was exchanged between the two before she went through the vent, leaving Karn to whatever fate would befall him in that chamber. By this point, she would have returned and enter adulthood. Once she enters adulthood, a couple of minor metagenes awaken in her. The first of them being that she's able to make hypnotic patterns within her eyes, and can use that to plant hypnotic suggestions. This is a minor and weak ability, but it's one that adds to her allure. In addition, her scent is laced with pheromones, which she can alter to make herself more alluring or intimidating. Again, like the hypnotic eyes, this ability is relatively weak, but lends to her charismatic nature. When she returned, she had spent a couple years honing her skills and learning the duties she will inherit from her father, while also trying to reason with the council about trying to build relations with the other factions and bring an end to the Great War, as she had promised Karn she would. But they would not listen. Despite that, this was another peaceful period in her life, and she had grown close to Arkniad after fulfilling her promise. She had grown to see him as a mentor, like an uncle. Arkniad the Spider King, many called him. But to her, he was Archie. She loved him like family. She had even met a love interest as well. Beautiful woman named Sonia. The romance was a secret. Not because same-sex relationships were forbidden or anything like that, but there was a staggering difference in class that would make other houses frown on their relationship. Sonia was just a potato farmer. She wasn't special in any way, except the way she made our dear Eris's heart jump. But as with this world, peaceful periods do not last, and dark tides soon came. The Scourge began sieging several islands, running New Genesis's forces thin. One of the most zealous and brutal tacticians alive took advantage of this conflict to exploit a vulnerability in her enemy and destroy something sacred to them. Thus began the sacking of Peko Island. Amidst the island stood an ancient, a target for the Sisterhood of the All-Mother, led by the martyred lady, a woman shielded in golden armor, an ornate face on her helmet, hiding the horrifically scarred and ruined face beneath. In every other way, she was beautiful, with a curvaceous body that many desired and many envied. She led her forces against Arknead. The heiress and her father stood beside him in battle. In the ocean, ships exchanged fire, and the sisterhood expected an easy victory, but were pleasantly surprised when New Genesis ships were putting up one hell of a fight and even counterboarding their own vessels. Missiles screamed, cannons beat like war drums, planes and drones soared, and mortars bombarded Pecco Island, where an observer could see flashes of fire and explosions on the horizon. The Sisterhood of the All-Mother wasn't bearing all that much better on Pecco Island either. The battle had raged on for an entire day, and despite having advantages in heavy armor and powerful melee infantry, New Genesis wasn't going down without a fight. No one surrendered. Even if a lone soldier found himself surrounded, he'd fight till the grisly end, where he'd be run through with spears or hacked limb from limb. The martyred lady's own personal guard, the martyred sisters, made gruesome displays with the mutilated corpses of their enemies, but this had no effect on them at all. In fact, it seemed to make them fight even harder, which delighted the martyred sisters, as this was the kind of battle they had been made for, and these were the enemies they were made to fight it against. This was a battle that wouldn't end until one side completely annihilated the other. By the 18th day, the sisters would break New Genesis's lines, disrupt communication, and make their advantages thoroughly felt. They assumed victory wasn't far behind, a notion that would last for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. By the 4th, 5th, and 6th hour, it seemed like it was a quaint idea. Hours turned into days, and just when they were considering pulling back, the tides had finally changed. A scourge vessel containing rot plague was captured. They'd used this to poison the ancient on the island and force them to a single objective they had to defend at all costs. So the sisters smuggled the containers in the heart of the night, and when they began releasing it into the soil, a psychic scream would radiate, felt among the entire faction. They had to come fast to save the ancient, and thus the trap was laid. The martyred lady had ambushed Arknead and the heiress's father. The ambush caught them off guard, and being spread so thin meant this was the beginning of the end. Her father was knocked unconscious and grievously wounded in the battle, but Arknead would suffer a far more gruesome fate. The heiress would arrive only in time to witness the brave Arachni fight valiantly until the turret strapped to his back was disabled, 2 of his legs severed, an eye blinded, and he was run through with spears. Even then, he didn't surrender. Every drop of his venom was spent, and he'd attempt to grab the battle sister that had run him through with the final spear, impaling him, wrapping his legs around her in a desperate attempt to drag the woman behind it down with him in death. She knew war was awful, and every capable fighter was needed. But she could never have imagined such brutality and violence would exist among the other factions. It broke her, it changed her. And if destroying the ancient and murdering heroes of their faction wasn't enough, the martyred lady burned the villages, slaughtered the people, and among them, Sonia was found disemboweled in her family's guilt. The heiress was forced to play dead among her fallen allies in order to survive. Her father had survived and made a full recovery, but like his daughter, was deeply traumatized and felt he had done enough in his life to serve his people, so he retired. Made her a princess officially. The coronation, though supposed to be a joyous ceremony, was filled with grief and despair. After her coronation, she began trying to bring her faction to strengthen its bond with the Cabal Imperium and become less isolated, as clearly in her eyes the purely defensive structure wasn't working. And the points that she would have made to prove this was the findings that she had with Karn, showing that the Scourge was just amassing their forces. They were just training and waiting for the time to strike. And then also on top of that, how the Sisterhood of the All-Mother was able to wait for a gap in their defenses during an attack from the Scourge to strike them and cause such horrible damage and decimate one of their islands and kill one of their ancients. This wasn't going well. No one listened to her. The notion was practically laughed out of the court, and something snapped inside of her. She took the tiara from her head and threw it at the lore master, screaming obscenities and curses on his name. An act viewed as heretical, an act viewed as punishable. But they were willing to forgive her until she had a second outburst, in which she quite literally told the entire council they were a bunch of spineless cowards and that they would all die worshiping gods that clearly don't care. And basically told them to go fuck themselves. Afterwards, she joined the Cabal and the Cabal Imperium and became friends with Luigi Tala von Opfer, a name mentioned earlier. The guy that's like hyper religious. She liked him at first and respected his ambition to unite the Cabal Imperium by means of faith. Until she realized how fucked up his methods were and quickly began to notice the unstable nature of the Imperium and fled. She was alone in the world. She had no one, nothing. While her parents still loved her and they would communicate with her whenever they could, it was difficult for them to see her. And so for the most part, she was alone. Until she discovered the Crimson Lords. She became a drug peddler, unaware of who she was truly helping. She was just trying to survive and live her trauma. Now, this is where I ask you guys an open-ended question. What kind of horrible things do you think she would have done for the Crimson Lords? I'll give you guys a moment to answer. If not, it's not too important of a question. She probably would have started a war. Put my ah. There we go. And that is certainly a thing that she could have done. That is most certainly a thing that she could have done during her tenure. Because the two cartels, the Crimson Lords, also known as El Diablo's cartel, and the White Spiders, for the most part, kind of kept to themselves. Kind of didn't bother each other that much. Each side had their own turf, and they stuck to their own turf. There was not a whole lot of fighting until El Diablo decided he wanted some of their turf and would use our dear princess, or disgraced princess, as a means to do that. So, that most definitely would have happened, and she would have killed a lot of innocent people. During this conflict that she would have started, she would have encountered someone who we talked about quite extensively earlier. Tell me, chat. I'm going to do this one a little bit shorter because we're at the end now. Actually, now let it run 5 minutes. Who did she encounter? This will be the last poll leading to the conclusion of the story. Alright, we got a vote for Nox. The choices are Nox, Corvus, and Jason. Who does she encounter? Which one of those three does she meet first? I would have put Buddy in the poll, but Buddy's nonverbal, and I don't think there could have been any real dialogue between them. Plus, I'm gonna be honest.
You guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now.
Thank you for the sub, Bean. Showing that big dick energy. Thank you so much, Bean. You're wonderful. Well, while the chat, while you guys vote, I'm gonna go ahead and update our sub count. Okay. We are currently at 29 subs now. That is awesome. And at the next one, I will bring back the and let's see, at 50 subs, I bring back the bottomest bottom catchphrase until the end of the year. So, you guys keep saying you want that, but it's gonna cost you. See, we got 2 votes on Nox. Oh, Yasha, thank you for the biddies. You're a fucking bean. So it looks like she will end up meeting Nox. So, as the Crimson Lords and White Spiders are fighting, our ragtag group of heroes ends up crashing the party, looking to gather intel about the Crimson Lords, using the fight to make this a bit more advantageous for them, having their main enemy distracted. During this, she ends up coming face to face with Nox. Our former princess practically laughs in his face. Oh, I love you too, Bean. She practically laughs in his face, seeing him, asking if the little puppy needed to go in a high chair. This would be met with a powerful blast of conflagration. A small sphere of condensed hellfire pushed in front of her and exploded before she could even react. She was blown through a brick wall and sent tumbling down to the ground. She had stood pulling the halberd from her back, looking up at him. And smiling. I see you've chosen death.
Fuck you!
The next blast would be deflected away, hitting a building and bringing it down. This was the beginning of a hell of a battle between the bunny and the mage. One big bunny mommy against one angry little puppy. Nox had pulled the bow from his back, knocking an arrow and firing it at her, and she blocks it with relative ease, using the shield on her arm. Nox, being frustrated, ultimately isn't surprised and resheathes the bow. At least now he knows she has a shield, one that will most likely withstand a good chunk of his magic. So he knows that if he tries to hit her, he needs to hit her hard. Nox quickly begins to realize that up close, she is going to absolutely dominate the fight, and opts to keep a distance between them. As she would approach, he would increase the distance, firing blasts of conflagration, trying desperately to take her down without engaging up close and personal. But for every attack that he had launched, she would ultimately wise up to. He had become predictable to her. And just when he thought it couldn't get worse, she used the hoverboard to quickly close the distance, catching him off guard and slamming the fucking thing right into his dick. The little puppy squealed as he tumbled down some stairs. Landing on the floor. She slowly approached, dragging the tip of her halberd against the wooden floor. Nox slowly clambered to his feet, looking up at her.
You fucking bitch! That was my goddamn nuts!
He shouted in frustration before dragging a hand over his face. A trail of black fire following his hand. And what covered his face next was a skull mask. Horns jutting out from the side, coming around and pointing directly to his front. This did not deter our former princess. She looked down at him, a smirk across her face, a wink, her demeanor playful, as if she wasn't taking this fight very seriously. Aw, that's cute, but a little puppy. Putting on a mask and playing pretend for mommy. This set Knox off, and in a blinding flash of speed, he was behind her and struck with force that she could not have predicted. That was too perfectly timed. I'm not even mad about that one. Our former princess was sent crashing through the walls, tumbling through the street and hitting a car, denting the door. She had quickly stood, using her halberd to block another punch from Knox. The shock wave of the impact cracked the pavement beneath her feet as she stared at him. A soft, bestial breath escaping him. She had understood now that she was facing a demonologist, one using transformation to alter his physiology, to make himself stronger, faster, and more durable than what an ordinary human would be, putting him on a level as some metas. She quickly pulled her halberd back, splitting it into an axe and sword. She brought the axe down right at his face, and it hit his mask, getting stuck. He placed a hand over her forehead, and with a blast of hellfire, sent her careening down the road even further. She hit the pavement, skidding hard, slamming into an old oak tree. Looking around the park, the scenery of their battle having changed from where it began. No longer was it in a warehouse, but now in a park. Looking around, she saw children at play. And looking ahead, she saw a small man wielding demonic power. Given her experience against the Scourge, she knew that if she continued this fight, she would be endangering the children around them. She slowly held out her halberd and dropped it, raising her hands into the air. Hoping that this would be enough. The small masked figure that she had faced slowly approached. Feral, bestial breath escaping. As finally they locked eyes. Her eyes a sparkling, soft brown. His blackened green in the iris. Beneath the mask, she could see he was angry. She could see he was in a lot of pain. And still, she kept her hands up, praying to whatever God would listen. That he would snap out of it. And maybe someone answered her prayers. Or maybe Knox understood that she had surrendered. As Knox pulled his hand over his face once more, black fire trailed behind his hand, and the mask was gone. And with one last open-ended question, he looked her dead in the eyes and said,
Who the fuck do you think you are? And what's your goddamn name?
So chat. I did have one name in mind. I'm thinking of the name Bliss. Bliss acting as like a fake last name. Tell me, chat. What's her full name? I could also give a poll throwing out a few first name suggestions. And you know what? On this poll, I don't care. Go nuts with it. If not, if nobody votes on it or gives me a good name, I'll just workshop it for a while. Because I suck at naming characters. And I thought about letting AI do it, but I felt like it wouldn't be meaningful. So, I'll let you guys do it. I feel like coming from you guys, it would have meaning.
If you guys have a prime, slap that prime on the table like a big fucking cock. Show everybody that you have a big fucking dick today and slap that prime on the fucking table right now!
Thank you for the sub, Bean. Keyblade coming over here with that big dick energy. And that puts us at 30. Remember, there is a poll for the first name. Or if you have your own idea that you like, yep, that is correct. 30 out of 50. And remember, if we get to 50, I have to bring back the cursed catchphrase. Oh boy, why would I do this to myself? Why do I hate myself this much? I must be a masochist or something. Tell you what. If we hit 35 before I end for tonight, which I will have to soon, so I have a couple of things I have to deal with, and I am at the end. After this, we have a brief section on background characters, and we're basically done with the lore stuff. And then I'm going to have to raid out, because I have a few things I shouldn't have to deal with, but apparently I do. Alright, it seems that the name Melody is winning out. So, I mean, there's still a little bit of time left, so if somebody wants to swoop in and change it at the last minute, they could. I'm so sweaty. So hot today. Our AC is being a fucky wucky again. It's being a fucky wucky uwu. So I'm sweating my balls off. Alright, cool. I'm gonna just roll with Melody at this point. She looks at Nox, smile on her face as she bends down, looks him in the eye, and says, "I'm Melody Bless, but you can call me Mommy if you want." And that ends the story of the bunny. So, I will put up a fun little poll. So, who was your favorite? And I'm going to let this run for a bit longer. As I'm going to go over the side characters while this poll runs. There we go. Well, Kato died again, apparently. And so you guys can vote for who your favorite of them was. Who do you think had the best story? Maybe who's the most attractive? Whatever your reason might be, vote for your favorite. So, while that happens, while you guys vote on that, I am going to go over the last section, which will be a short one, going over some of the side characters. These are characters who aren't the main characters, but are important and are seen alongside our protagonists. So the first of them would be Jack Walters. This would be the detective in Buddy's story. This man's appearance is brief, but his significance cannot be understated. It cannot be overstated. It was his investigation of the local cartels that stirred the hornet's nest. It was his incessant digging that made the Scourge panic and start executing plans too early. It was his bond with Buddy that sharpened his mind, allowing him to potentially be one of the greatest detectives alive. It's his notes, research, and investigation that point Jason and Buddy's investigation in the right direction, and his death was the catalyst that set everything into motion. Jack could honestly have a full-blown story of his own, a noir-style detective story, if I ever felt like writing one. Regardless, it was his actions preceding the story that set so much in motion. Jack even had enough foresight to know this case would probably kill him and hid a cache of evidence that the gang will later find. Even after his death, he continues to affect the story. The next one is Father Hernandez, an old war veteran who is retired and is one of the few people preaching one of the faiths of the old world. He's a devout Christian who seeks to serve the Lord, even when most mock him and his faith. His chapel is built atop some old world sewer ruins. Unfortunately, skags moved in, making it too dangerous to use the chapel. Skags are a form of wildlife. They're kind of like mutant rat dogs, basically. This broke the old man's heart, but fate would bring him to meet our band of misfits. He spends some time with them, unlike most, and determines they're not bad people, to Knox's dismay, of course. He offers to let them use the old sewer as a safe house, provided they can clear it, which they do. And over time, he bonds with the group, becoming a fatherly figure who loves and accepts them like family. He proves to be their only source of warmth in a world that seems to be completely against them. He's always there to comfort them, tend their wounds, cook meals, and give them advice on how to deal with their complex problems. While his teachings are rooted in old world faith, he is far from zealous and leans more into compassion and kindness. The next one, who I've mentioned a bit before, Old Man Cled. Old Man Cled is more of a background comedic relief character than anything, but he does place some significance to the story. Cled lives with Father Hernandez and mirrors him in some ways. Father Hernandez is a very loving man, but Cled is hateful, to say the least. Father Hernandez puts up with Cled, seeing the good in him and believing he can change. Cled serves to highlight a couple of things narratively. The first is how the concept of racism has evolved in this world, in a world where humans now exist among anthroids, fungari, arachni, and many other races. The idea of hating one another based on skin color has kind of faded away nearly fully, with potential exceptions among tribals, perhaps. He also gives brief flashes into the early history of the world with stories passed down from his great-grandpappy, particularly those pertaining to what was known as the Primal War, a war in which the anthroids started hunting humans when they surfaced, so this brought on an attempt to exterminate them by attacking their colonies, nurseries, and supply stores. Eventually, both sides came to peace, and though it took a few hundred years, they learned how to get along. Mostly. A few outliers, such as Cled, will never stop hating each other, and while he's tolerant of some humans, like Father Hernandez, he is extremely racist. We're talking sit out on the porch and scream about how humans fucked everything up kind of racist. He's nice to our group, except for one person, and I'm sure you can guess who that is.
Stupid fucking flesh monkey!
The next one is DeMarcus. DeMarcus is the gang leader who killed Jack in broad daylight, but there's more than meets the eye. He looks like little more than a stereotypical thug, and that's because that's the image he once portrayed. Everything from his choice of clothes to his simplistic speech and gangbanger behavior is all a performance. DeMarcus is a man who is well educated and sold his soul for immense demonic power. He's one of Hannibal's main acolytes, serving the scourge from the shadows. DeMarcus is a formidable foe, but knows he can accomplish so much more if the true nature of his goals are wrapped in something less sinister. Let's see. Salem. Salem was Jason's best friend, but the two lost contact over the years. Just like Jason, Salem went down a spiral, but had no one to catch him. He wound up even worse off, drug addicted, and chasing comfort at the bottom of a bottle. Salem was discharged after an incident where he had beaten a civilian and wound up homeless for a while. Salem eventually took to doing the only thing he knew and became a mercenary, which led to the two friends crossing paths again as foes, but they'd end up working together. Hannibal. Hannibal is one of the many Scourge cult leaders, but what makes him stand out among them is not just his penchant for violence, as that is common among Scourge cultists, but rather his abilities to wage psychological warfare, to break soldiers and turn them against their former allies. Hannibal is not only a hulking sadist in power armor, but he has mastered the mind as much as the body. Hannibal is a deadly man who knows what it takes to destroy someone both physically and psychologically. Hannibal is mainly a foil to Jason and set in motion the events of Operation Codex and ensuring the aftermath and the ensuing aftermath. Jason's mind slips into darker and darker places due to the trauma that haunts him, and this is by design. Hannibal had been watching Jason and Salem for a long time, which was why he never killed them, despite having numerous opportunities. He intends to make them augmented super soldiers, agents of chaos and destruction, but he needs to erode Jason's morality first, push him to the point of no return, and destroy everything that makes him human. And finally, we have Baba Yaga. Wow, it looks like Melody won with 4 votes. Nobody else got votes. Damn. The bunny is really popular, I guess. Legends state there is a strange hut in the swampy thicket of the Blood Gardens. No ordinary hut. A building small but large on the inside. The small hut walks on bird-like legs and seems only to be found when it wishes to be. Should one enter this hut, they would find a small, frail old woman. Most of her teeth are gone, and the few that remain are yellowed or even brown. Her nose is unnaturally long and pointed, her face wrinkled, skin leathery. This woman looks like she was as old as the world itself, dressed in simple, dirty black robes and a pointy witch's hat. Baba Yaga welcomes her guests warmly. Her motives are never clear, and the woman speaks mostly in rhymes and riddles. She seems neither benevolent or malevolent, but somewhere in between. Our heroes find her to be an uncanny ally, giving them cryptic clues while also testing them. She is empathetic, knowledgeable, and seemingly connected to all things going on in the world. She is a powerful witch and wise fortune teller, who takes a liking to the ragtag group of heroes, feeling pity for each of them and a fondness for Buddy. So, that is excuse me. Fucking running. That was the lore stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope that you guys had as much fun as I did. I was expecting this to really be a disaster, honestly. I was expecting nobody to really want to see it, especially with it seeming to fall short. And a good chunk of it being me improvising and making up the story on the spot. Something I've definitely lost my touch for over the years. But maybe if I do it enough, I'll be able to come up with more intense and driving fight scenes on the spot. Regardless, I hope you guys had a lot of fun. I hope you guys had a fantastic time. But I think for now, I need to end. I have some things I need to deal with. Not particularly wanting to, but I don't have a choice. is stuff that has to be dealt with. But I am at least glad that I got to spend my birthday telling you guys stories. And I hope this is something we can do in the future. I hope that you guys like this enough that after the audio drama, you'll want more. I really hope for that. And if not, that's okay.
And a sip of the alcoholic goodness.
Oh, thank you. I need a sip.
Whoop! Ow!
I think I might have fucked my voice. Yeah. Those deeper, gravelly voices really fuck with me.
Ugh. I don't have an issue doing the Nox voice.
I could do that all day. I could do the sweet mommy voice of Melody. I could do that for a long time. But Corvus's voice? Ugh. So, if you guys like the content, you can support it by donating to the Ko-Fi or the Throne down below. Or you can subscribe, as this is a subathon after all. Otherwise, you can join the Discord, which is free. And I really appreciate you guys showing all the love and support that you do. I appreciate you guys coming here and hanging out with me and listening to my stupid fucking stories. I honestly didn't expect anybody to give a shit, but, here we are, you guys proving me wrong again about thinking people wouldn't give a shit. You guys are amazing. I love you all so much. Let's see, where can I send you? Hey, Troop, you got here just as I was leaving. Sorry. Oh, Snow's mom is streaming. How about that? All right, so with that, you guys have a fantastic evening. And just remember, until we hit that 50 sub goal, I'm Furricide, the toppiest, the cream of the crop that just don't stop, pop, block, and drop. Take that shit to the shop and set it off, baby. Woo! And I'll see you guys next time.